work-life soup. What are the ingredients going into your soup? Your parents, the others in your life, the community that you serve, your particular interests, your sporting endeavors, whatever they might be, the fact that you might like chess, I don't know, you might like driving cars, whatever it is, that's part of your work-life soup. And ask yourself really honestly and openly what that would look like. What would a soup look like that I would really enjoy drinking every day for a long time yet? And the soup can change over time. It did with me, but it's always for me been that idea that life is full of ingredients, one of which is work, and even work itself has boring bits and good bits, of course. Next point I'll make to you is be as ambitious as you want to be. Don't you dare be told how ambitious you need to be. And this is a point that Annette made to you, but don't also be told you should not be ambitious. But you make the choice about how ambitious you should be. Make that call and then stay true to it. Another point Annette made to you, which I really agree with, is the idea of visibly making a contribution. A lot of the young women I see in business meetings will often not speak up, even though they've got something very sensible to say. That doesn't mean you should speak up just for the sake of it, but being brave and confident to make a contribution sensibly, appropriately, and constructively, and have an idea or positive thought. These are really important things to do. And making a contribution isn't just about the workplace. You make a contribution through your community, through your church, through your sports group, through the work you do with others, through the things you might do. Those are also visibly making a contribution. But I agree with Annette that you should visibly make it. Don't make it in secret, visibly make it, because then there's a better chance that you'll be recognized for that success and good things will happen as a result. Let me turn to another theme. What about creating your own labor market? One of the challenges that women face in many economies, no doubt, certainly in New Zealand, but also no doubt in Uganda, is that the labor market often doesn't work for you. Annette said it really well. Often women end up in middle management and never really lead. That's taking a traditional business view. And as I say to you, I don't think you necessarily need to take that view. Women often also end up in HR or marketing roles, and those often aren't the best way forward to CEO work, if that's what you seek to do. As I say, don't let me tell you what you should do. But one thing you think about is maybe you should create your own labor market. Entrepreneurship is cool. Did you know that 75% of young people in the United Kingdom want to start their own business, have a view about entrepreneurship? I've said that's probably the Kardashian effect. Kim Kardashian and her family, because they've made a lot of money out of, going online and Instagram and all the rest. Everybody thinks it's easy, but it's a great idea to think about, why don't you think about creating your own labor market and having your own work and starting your own business? I did that at 53 years old, I felt the fear and did it anyway, and now I'm loving that choice. But certainly don't be bound by the old way of describing things, an old 20th century paradigm actually about the nature of work, the nature of executive leadership and so on. Don't be bound by that. You make it up, you do your own thing. One thought for you, for example, and a lot of work I do in New Zealand, one of the things I do, I help the social enterprise community in New Zealand. What they do is that's an enterprise. These are enterprises, these are businesses, but they don't make profit quite so much. They make money, of course, they're successful, but they then invest that money back into the community. So they're not quite profit driven in quite that sense. They're social driven. They're enterprises that are driven by societal needs and by community needs. And what I find is a lot of young women are interested in that because for them, the traditional business models that we've managed to emerge post the First World War really don't work so much for them. So think about new forms of entrepreneurship, new forms of business that you might want to carry on. And the last point about creating your own labor market is a point I've made previously. Be global from day one. You are children, women of the globe, because we are talking today from the globe. I'm talking to you from the most isolated, developed economy on Earth. It's currently 8 o'clock at night here, a long way away, very, very different, but we're talking. And you have the opportunity to shine, and I have the opportunity to present. So just think globally. Don't think that your world is Kampala or Uganda. Think that your world is the world, and know that Given your success, you can be successful not just in Kampala, not just in Uganda, but you can be successful anywhere, and you can be successful anywhere from Kampala. You can be sitting in Uganda and still be successful globally. That's the next point. The world is in front of you. Good theme to think about. You're a global citizen. Now, the challenge of that for you is that because you're a global citizen, then you're competing with the rest of the globe. And I think that requires some discipline and some resilience from you. So one thought I give to a lot of the people I mentor is write down a personal plan. Christmas is coming up. You know, you're going to spend a bit of time away from work, I hope. Take the time to write a plan about you. What is it that you seek? What is it that you want to do? What do you think you might do in 5 years' time, in 2 years' time, in 1 year's time? How might you get there? What choices might you make? Be deliberate about it, and then be resilient about it as well. And then make your presence felt in accordance with that plan. My final theme, and then I'll shut up and let you get back to your prize giving ceremony and your coffee and your celebrations and your party. And Daniel, Douglas, I'm jealous I'm not going to be able to join them. That is connect and shine. Annette also made this point to you, and I think it's a really vital point. Women often network, in my experience, with yourselves. You network amongst other women. And that's very, very important. Don't get me wrong. Massively important. But network with men too. Network with others. Don't just network inside your own community. Try and network globally. LinkedIn is a wonderful platform for doing that. I use LinkedIn a lot to try and network globally. Try and think about ways of networking that include everyone. Next point, find people to help you progress and to gain connections. As a young man, I was very privileged by the fact that older men usually were prepared to mentor me. I didn't think of it as mentoring though. It wasn't, I never called it mentoring. What was happening was that senior people would sit me down and talk to me and try to help me through things. And so I know in my experience, quite a few young women take the mentor idea very, very formally, very structured, in a structured way. You don't need to worry about that. If you've got it going and that works for you, that's fine. But I'd really encourage you just to take the time to sit down with others, get an idea. Don't worry about, is it the first and only conversation you have? Are you going to have 10 conversations a year? Are they going to be for an hour? Are they going to be formal or informal? That's whatever works for you. But always take the time just to sit down and gain the wisdom. And I know that you'll all be pestering Annette, of course, during the coffee. And I hope, Annette, you'll be, and I know you will, you'll be giving these young women just some ideas, just a new thought, a new way of thinking. And that's all that's needed, I think. The next point I'll make to you is it can still be a bit of a man's world in many ways. You know, although you've seen this remarkable growth in female leadership, my own Prime Minister, of course, being one of them, most famously around the world over the last 12 months or so, it can still be very much a man's world. And I see that as I move around the world at senior levels in business and in civil society and government. So it is valuable to understand that world a little bit, be prepared to spend some time in it and just understand how it plays out. Don't feel as though you're separate from it. Don't feel as though it's foreign to you. It just is the world. It'll be that way for a little while yet, regrettably. But the more you can do to understand it, to be able to be respected in it, will be helpful. And the last point I'll make to you is this, and then I'll, as I say, I'll stop and you can go on with the rest of your day. Help others succeed. The fact that you have been the subject of investment, the fact that you have had people saying, I want to spend some time and some money putting you on this leadership program, and that you've successfully graduated from the leadership program today, means that you have a responsibility now to bring others up with you. And that's not just women, it's particularly women. But I think if you're doing your job well, and I think if you're showing leadership well, you're not just bringing up women, you're bringing up young men, you're bringing up people with a disability, you're bringing up people in rural Uganda and regional Uganda who will often have significant disadvantages to you. That's what you should think about. Don't just get other women on the ladder. Of course, get other women on the ladder. That's the most important thing you could do. But think about your role, not just as a woman, but as a Ugandan, as a citizen of your country, as someone who wants your community, your society, your country to succeed. because that's what real leaders do. They don't just help people that look like them, they help others as well. And that's, so I think it's important to play that back as your leadership plays out. I'm so proud of you, and I'm proud to be here, hopefully supporting you. Let me make you an offer. I'm easily available on LinkedIn, and you'll see me on that social media platform in particular from a business perspective. Please feel free to link in with me and to ask me a question, or to show me what you're doing. And if I can help from all the way here in New Zealand, then I'll be happy to do so. And I'm so looking forward to your success and to staying in touch with your brilliant leadership of your country and of the world over the next few years as well. Thanks so much for listening to me, and I hope you have a great day.
Phil, I'm not so sure if you can hear me. Phil, can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
Yep.
So I hope you've heard that the room was literally shaking. Everyone is clapping for you. I thought... All right, so Phil, just give me like another 3-4 minutes in case there is 2 questions. And I really wanted to open it up. In case you have 2 questions, any 2 questions for Phil, I'm happy to bring you the microphone. I have sanitized it, so don't worry. Then I'll sanitize your hands after that. So any specific questions for Phil? Because I want to let him go, and then we can continue. So if you have a direct question, do we? Phil, I think you've done an awesome job. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Could I just say that there's a question on the chat room to say, could I just put that into
Please.
A written form, and I will do that. You'll get some slides from me in the next day or so, and I'm sure Douglas will hand them out to you also. You'll be able to have that in slides.
All right. So the chat room, in case you're in the chat room on Zoom, we will be able to also pick some of your questions during our panel discussion. And I'm sure Phil is going to reply that particular question, and that can also be shared with us a little later. All right. So thank you very much, Phil. It's a pleasure. Before we continue, I thought we would get at least one testimony from an alumni, Annette Mulira. Annette was part of FFP 9 program. All right. So Annette, quickly find the perfect location for your laptop. Do we have her on standby there? Just unmute her mic. Annette, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you.
Oh, you can even see me? Fantastic. Do I look good? Do I? Anywho, Annette, that's not about me. So Phil spoke about thinking globally, and the fact that this is a new era, which is part of our theme this morning. You're talking to us and coming to us from Nairobi. So you are already doing exactly what Phil said. Over to you, Annette, with your testimony. Did we unmute Annette just when she was...
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I was trying to start my video, but I'm unable to start my video, but I can see my picture there. So I bet that's okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if I'm being heard. If someone can tell me, and then I can start.
Annette, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here this morning. To our guest of honor, all our distinguished guests today, especially the graduates. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I'm very excited to have the opportunity to share my story on how FFP has impacted me. And yeah, I'm really glad, and I feel privileged. My name is Annette Rumanyika Mulira, as I've been introduced. I'm married and a mother of 3 beautiful children. I'm a corporate finance and investment professional with over 20 years of experience in the financial industry. And currently I'm the CEO and founder of Mid Capital Limited, an investment advisory and wealth management company. I'm an alumni of the FF Female Future Program Cohort 9. And as I said, I'm really delighted and I feel privileged for FFP giving me an opportunity to share my story. In 2016, I made a decision to invest in myself by enrolling for this program. I had very many good testimonies from ladies who had attended this program. At the time, I was the managing director of Stanlib Investments, a fund management firm, a position I had held for 5 years by then. And fund management is a very high impact, fast moving and competitive work environment. It's mainly male dominated with little room for errors as you are dealing with clients' hard earned money and savings. So the demands from work can easily take over your life, let alone jeopardize your health. So FFP was very, very timely for me, as on top of managing a high impact job, I had a few health issues in 2016. And I was in a place where I was rethinking the priorities in my life. So from day one of the course, we were tasked with a loaded question of who am I? I think anyone who has done FFP knows that session of where they ask us to think about who am I? And it's quite loaded once you start thinking through it. This deep self-reflection session pushed me into re-examining my life and sent me on a journey of resetting. I made a decision to become intentional about taking charge of my life and career decisions instead of letting my career drive my life decisions. During the course, at the beginning, we had rumors that most ladies who attend this course either get promoted, change their job, or leave their job. And I wasn't quite sure which of the three would apply to me at the beginning. So during my time as managing director, I was frequently asked how I managed my work-life balance. I'm happy that Phil spoke about this earlier. To be honest, it was a very difficult question for me due to the fact that my family was located in a different country from where I was employed. So for me, it was literally a struggle balancing between work, life, family, and travel. I must say that what I found is that there's nothing like work-life balance, but you can find a balance if you prioritize what is most important to you at a particular point in your life. Basically, your work-life balance changes depending on what your priority is and which season you are in life. And I think mentioned something to do with soup. It's like a soup. If it's a lot of salt, you will reduce the salt and things like that. Eventually, I had to make the choice between my work and my family, a very difficult decision that I wouldn't wish anyone to face. But I'm here to say that, to testify that due to the clarity, perspective, and insight that I gained from the FFP program, I was able to make that decision with courage. In 2018, I ended up stepping down from my high-flying job that came with the titles and attractive paths to the surprise of many. And I was also encouraged when Phil earlier said that you have to be comfortable with some of your decisions. It's not some of the decisions that you make along the way. If you like to do other activities, it's also fine. So I became a victim of the rumors that I had heard of you either get promoted, change your job, or leave your job. Only that for me, I took the latter one. I left my job. So since 2018, I've followed up on a lot of unfinished business that I and things that I'd identified as passionate about. I have since completed a professional course I had put on hold for 7 years. It's called the Chartered Financial Analyst, CFA. It's a very difficult designation to attain. For those in the finance industry, they'll be familiar with it. And in Uganda, we only have about 40 charter holders, and of which less than 8 of them are women. So I'm proud that I've been able to complete that dream of mine. During the FFP program, I also identified mentoring as one of my passions, but I had never gotten time to act on it. In the program, we do a lot of self-reflection and being intentional about what you want to do. My passion for mentoring was driven by my experience having to navigate the corporate world without any mentors. And I felt there are many decisions and things I could have done differently if in my career journey, if I had had mentors or if I had had an opportunity for mentorship. So I have since joined a program called Girls for Girls program. It's a global leadership initiative that empowers girls to become leaders. I am the founder and country leader for Girls Kenya, which I started when I moved to Kenya in 2018. I'm proud to say that the organization in Kenya now has more than 100 registered mentors, and over 250 girls and women are either currently taking part or have graduated in the program. Next year, we have even higher targets. We hope to reach 1,000 girls by the end of 2021. So my passion for doing something, passion and purpose, has come to pass because of the opportunity that FFP gave me to reflect on my purpose. On the professional side, I cannot leave out the and board competence modules. I'm proud to say that I now run my own corporate advisory company, and I'm privileged to sit on several boards, including the board of Britam Asset Managers, Uganda, Red Oak Investments Group. I'm also a committee member on several investment companies. Recently, I was also appointed to the board of the FFP alumni as the treasurer. I can say I'm ably serving on these boards with diligence and competence that I learned from these modules that FFP exposed me to. I've also gained more confidence and courage to express my opinions, to what I believe in, to raise my hand at opportunities, and to opportunities as this one of sharing my FFP story. I doubt I would have been able to do this prior to that experience. Questions that I sometimes ask myself, and what we should regularly ask ourselves, is what is enough, or when is it enough? I can't say that I've achieved all my life dreams, but what I can say is that I'm still on a continuous journey of learning, relearning, and unlearning. And that the journey I'm now on is intentional, more purposeful, and a more enjoyable journey. In summary, from my FFP experience, I was empowered to make a critical decision regarding my career and family. I was able to pursue my key dream of becoming a chartered financial analyst, and to pursue my passion of being a mentor. And then I have been, the board competence module has equipped me to lead at board level. I urge you to be purposeful, to be intentional, and to become a better version of yourself by participating in a program like FFP, in case you haven't gone through it yet. I'm pretty sure that this program would be very beneficial to the men as well. I would like to end with the quote by Robin Sharma: investing in yourself is the best investment you ever make. It will not only improve your life, it will improve the lives of all those around you as well. Thank you for listening to me, and congratulations to all the graduates. I wish you the best in your life endeavor. Thank you.
Wow. Annette, if you're still there, I wanted to thank you very much for your testimony. The young ladies in this room, and I don't know, Annette, if you're able to see, we're only about 4 men in this room. If you exclude,
I can see.
yes, if you exclude the service providers and 1 staff member of FUE, then we are 2, me and Gideon Badagawa. Oh yes, there's another gentleman there. Oh, my apologies. Douglas said he's half man, half female, so I don't know. We will discuss that. But Annette, I wanted to really thank you for sharing this, because as Phil said, I think you women need to continuously engage each other. You need to provide a platform, and I don't know, Annette, where we can also find you. Are you also on LinkedIn, Annette?
Yes, I am on LinkedIn as
Okay.
Annette Rumanyika Mulira.
Okay.
And yeah.
Ladies, now you know. And let's have as many platforms as possible where this conversation can continue. We don't have to wait for Ms. Nsereko to send us an email on where we can find each other on Zoom. We should be able to find each other even without her sending that email. So thank you, Annette. If you can, and you will still be with us later, and you want to participate in our discussion later on the panel discussion, you're most welcome. But thank you. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Annette.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Was a pleasure. All right. So I know a lot of you have been asking for coffee. Now this is the time I give you coffee. And so I'll allow you a very short coffee break, a small bite. Feel free to pick it and return to the table. If you want to chat with a friend on the cocktail table, that's also all right. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes, and we should be able then to go into our panel discussion. All our panel members are here. Our panelists are here, and they are ready for us. We want to give them as much time as possible to share their experiences, but also allow you ask as many questions as possible. And that panel will really be expanded. We have the Vice Chair of FUE here, and she spoke very well earlier today. And if you missed and you came late, you really also missed another inspirational story from our Vice Chair, who is a CEO and is on the board table, not just on the in the boardroom, but leading in the boardroom. And we want to pick from her along the way. All right, so let's enjoy our coffee, and in 10 minutes we should be able to continue. Thank you very much.
It has been 60 years of excellence, 60 years of impactful practices, 60 years of growth, 60 years of tremendous transformation of the organization.
On this occasion, as we mark FUE's 60th anniversary celebrations, I wish to express and extend my utmost congratulations to all FUE members, the Governing Council, management and staff for the landmark achievements in the last 60 years.
Initially, it was formed to counter the trade unions, which were coming in very prominently. And the employers at that time, during the colonial times, felt that we also needed to have a collective voice for employers in this country. So that is where we come from.
I joined FUE in 2009. It's now 10 years. I would like to appreciate the founder members of FUE. Those are our trustees. I would like to appreciate the governing council and the committee members for working tirelessly to see that FUE is successful. I would like to appreciate all the employers for their efforts and contribution and support towards the work of the Secretariat, and we assure you we are ready to serve you at all times.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our members and all staff upon FUE's 60 years. I can say that for the past 20 years, FUE has been building a strong foundation.
Over the years, the Federation has remarkably built capacity and empowered employers out there to build their competitive advantage, growth, alignment, and sustainability in the economy of Uganda. We provide a lot of human resource advisory services, executive recruitment. We do special trainings like the Female Future Leadership Program, like the Executive EATR training program. We offer the EOSH program, which has been launched during this COVID era now. It's amazing to see how the organizations have taken up each of our advice, but also looking at how we have impacted and built their capacity over this time.
Most importantly, we thank the employers for their patronage, especially your trust, trusting us with your highest level recruitment, recruiting your CEOs, allowing us to help you bring on board new staff, allowing us to train your staff, developing your business strategy. We are also grateful to the government. We have had a very strong partnership with the government over the years. The concerns of the employers have been very well addressed, taking on board the policy issues raised by the employers, making our economy much better.
As we mark this important milestone, a new journey to propel FUE to exceptional level of consistency and excellence in serving members' interests as envisaged by the visionary founders of these great organizations are well and truly underway, being spearheaded by the new leadership.
As the employers body, we have had quite a number of interventions, including developing the employers guide on COVID-19, developing a guide on working from home, because quite a number of organizations have adopted this, which is commonly now known as the new norm.
I'd also like to appreciate or to thank the employers who have, despite this pandemic of COVID-19, they have managed to maintain their employees. I'd like to encourage employers who are not yet members of the Federation that as we have the opportunity to sit in the industrial court, we need you to join the Federation so that we help you with compliance with the employment laws. And that will reduce your operational costs in terms of litigation.
Over the last 60 years, Federation of Uganda Employers has seen its membership grow. For that, we'd like to thank all the employers that have walked this journey with us, and we also call upon all the other employers that haven't yet joined Federation of Uganda Employers to come and join the Federation and even make it more stronger to enable it serve the interests of the employers.
Would like to encourage all those members that are not yet part of the Federation to join so as not to miss out on the good services offered by the Federation.
I'd like to extend our hearty congratulations to our members, our friends, partners, well-wishers, and fellow staff for this Diamond Jubilee milestone.
As we turn a new leaf, we expect your steadfast loyalty and commitment to us as we continue to fulfill our vision to serve employer interests.
It's always a great pleasure to work with you, our dear members, interacting in person and online, and sharing the great experiences and the work that FUE has been able to do due to your unwavering support.
We look forward to listening and picking up the views that you have, that you think we could add on to build your competitive advantage in this economy.
We have been the voice of employers since 1960, and we shall remain so for the foreseeable future.
Do remember to follow us on our social media sites, Facebook, Twitter, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at the Federation of Uganda Employers.
Thank you so much. Join us as we celebrate 60 years.
So you've always been told that you need to drink 8 glasses of water per day. But do you really know why? Our bodies are made up of over 75% water. Every cell, tissue, organ in your body needs water to survive. But not all water is created equal. Tap water is full of contaminants and added chemicals that are harmful to our bodies. While bottled water might seem like the better option, the production process is highly unregulated and contains harmful chemicals leached from the plastic containers. Also, this water is acidic and affects your body's pH and antioxidant balance. To top it all off, when it's not recycled, these bottles end up in our community's landfills, rivers, destroying our local ecosystem. So what can you do? What if you knew of one product that not only will give you clean, refreshing, yummy drinking water, it will help you replace harmful household chemicals and help you go green in your entire home? Want to learn more? Here's how. This is your new SC501, Enagic's flagship model that will filter your tap water through electrolysis to produce super hydrating alkaline antioxidant water. This portable system connects to your faucet and is capable of producing 7 different types of waters. First, the water travels through your double carbon antibacterial filter to remove contaminants and chlorine, leaving you with clean, incredibly delicious drinking water. Next, the water passes over 7 electrically charged platinum-dipped titanium plates, producing Kangen and acidic waters. It's alkaline and full of antioxidants and able to fully hydrate and detoxify the body's cells and tissues. So how can a water be antioxidizing? Well, an antioxidant is a simple molecule capable of stopping the oxidation and deterioration of other molecules. Enagic's industry-leading Japanese technology uses electricity to separate the molecules in your water, leaving more antioxidizing molecules available to stop oxidation, inflammation, and the aging process in your body. This is an ORP meter, which literally measures a liquid's potential to reduce oxidation. The more positive the reading, the more oxidizing or inflammatory the liquid is. The more negative the reading, the more antioxidizing and anti-inflammatory a liquid is. We'll go to Propel. This is actually the same as vitamin water, Gatorade, Powerade, any sports drink. About 400s. Going up and down there. We got Sprite. We all kind of know that soda's bad for us. Diet sodas, by the way, and dark colored sodas are in the 500s. But Sprite is right around 436. We got Kangen. And it's been sitting out a while, so that's pretty good for sitting out. That's negative 483. Right out of the tap, I get negative 800 sometimes. Everything we eat or drink is either alkalizing or acidifying on the body. Unfortunately, the majority of us consume foods and beverages that are sugar-laden, highly processed, leaving our bodies in a state of acidosis, which can lead to illness and accelerate the aging process. By restoring the body to an alkaline state, we can regain control of our health. Since our bodies are over 70% water, the best way to do this is by drinking water with a good amount of naturally occurring alkaline minerals. These are just pH drops like you would test your pool, or anything you're wanting to test the pH of a liquid. If you look at the pH chart, it's about a 4, and then typically pop and sports drinks are right in between a 3 and a 4 pH. When you got your Kangen, this is actually the 9.5 water, but the machine can make 8.5, 9, or 9.5 so that you don't detox too quickly. A fun little trick I want to show you guys is I pulled the Kangen water here. Let's say you've been drinking bottled water for a long time, and you're like, okay, well, how long could it take for the water to kind of help my body? Well, I drink Kangen, drinking the Kangen water. But, you guys, sports drinks and sodas are so acidic. It actually takes 32 glasses of Kangen water just to neutralize one soda. Check this out. Take the soda, take the Kangen. One sip. Your SC501 is able to provide water that can deeply penetrate your cells and aid in the removal of toxic acidic waste in your body, also absorbing nutrients and providing better hydration. Let's see this in action. This is my absolute favorite. So you see this Lipton green tea bag? We want this to represent your body. Now, this is not some major scientific experiment. It's just a cool idea so you can see the better hydration and detoxification. So we'll put the tea bag in there. I want you to pretend like you're drinking Dasani all day and you're trying to get yourself hydrated. This is really important for athletes. It's really important for dealing with brain fog. And of course, with the detoxification, it's really important for losing weight and for feeling better because toxins, we'll even get a little help there. Toxins sit in our cells, and if you can't get them out with your water. What did my skeptical husband say? He said, well, that's not fair. The tea bag was already wet, right? But isn't that cool? That's showing you the superior hydration, better detoxification of your cells. But just so you know that we weren't, cheating, or it wasn't because the tea bag was already wet, we'll go back to the Dasani. You know how when you feel really bloated or your stomach feels really full and sloshy with bottled water or tap water, you're drinking a lot of water? It's because it's sitting in your stomach and not actually absorbing into the intestines. To give you a little dose of science, the Kangen water, between the good alkaline minerals and the antioxidant, it can open your pyloric valve and go straight into the intestines. We actually have the top colon doctor in the world, Dr. Hiromi Shinya. He created the polyposcopy and helped create the colonoscopy. And this is why he recommends Kangen water as the main beverage to drink, because the Kangen water absorbs the tea better. That's showing you how you can absorb your nutrients better and how you can get waste and toxins out of your cells better. It's a pretty cool representation. That's not all that this device can do. Your SC501 has other machine settings that make special waters that can help you go green and chemical-free in your home. The clean water setting has a neutral pH of 7 that's great for cooking and baby formula. The beauty water setting makes a water that is a pH of 6. It acts as a toner, balancing the pH of your skin to make a soft, beautiful appearance. The strong acidic water has a pH of 2.5. It acts as a disinfectant and can be used to replace all of your harmful household cleaners. It's also safe to use topically to replace hand sanitizer, mouthwash, and even teeth whitener. Okay, finally, let's take a look at the strong 11.5 alkaline water. It works as an emulsifier, it removes pesticides from your produce, it makes it taste healthier, and makes your produce last longer. These are not organic, right? And pesticides are oil-based because when it rains, they have to have the oil so the pesticides don't fall off. Well, the 11.5 is our strong alkaline Kangen water that's highly antioxidant, and it actually can remove all oils, which is why you can replace your laundry detergent with it and replace any kind of like degreaser for your stove or any kind of like cleaner like that. But here is my favorite part. So we're gonna wash these tomatoes with bottled water, or just say filtered water, right? Then we're going to wash these tomatoes with the 11.5 water. Whoops, gonna make a mess. We actually have this proven on PubMed to remove between 80 to 95% of all pesticides from your produce. My favorite part is that not only does the produce taste better, because it's not have that filmy, gross, slimy pesticide taste, and the produce lasts about a week longer. So by the way, when you wash your produce, so any fruits and vegetables at home with tap water, the chlorine is actually being absorbed into your fruits and vegetables. Same with your shower. That's why we have a shower unit. Even bottled water or filtered water at home, the chemicals are being put into the produce, but the worst part is it's not pulling out the pesticides and really cleaning the produce like you would like it to. Where the 11.5 can actually penetrate all oil and emulsify it and break it down and pull out all those pesticides. So now that you've seen what this SC501 machine can do for your health, it's easy to see why Enagic says, change your water, change your life. We'd like to help bring the cleanest, healthiest water to you and your family and friends and make a global impact on health, starting with your community. One more note on bottled water. It may seem like the convenient choice, but with all the harmful chemicals in the plastic and the acidity of the water, it's basically a poison to your body. And some bottled water companies take the clean water from indigenous people and they have no clean drinking water, just so we can have a more convenient bottle. When we say a global impact, we really mean it. When you're drinking Kangen water instead of bottled water, it's better for the community, the ecosystem, and you and your family. So you've
It has been 60 years of excellence, 60 years of impactful practices, 60 years of growth, 60 years of tremendous transformation of the organization.
On this occasion, as we mark FUE's 60th anniversary celebrations, I wish to express and extend my utmost congratulations to all FUE members, the Governing Council, management and staff for the landmark achievements in the last 60 years.
Initially, it was formed to counter the trade unions which were coming in very prominently, and the employers at that time during the colonial times felt that we also needed to have a collective voice for employers in this country. So that is where we come from.
I joined FUE in 2009. It's now 10 years. I would like to appreciate the founder members of FUE. Those are our trustees. I would like to appreciate the governing council and the committee members for working tirelessly to see that FUE is successful. I would like to appreciate all the employers for their efforts and contribution and support towards the work of the Secretariat, and we assure you we are ready to serve you at all times.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our members and all staff upon FUE's 60 years. I can say that for the past 20 years, FUE has been building a strong foundation.
Over the years, the Federation has remarkably built capacity and empowered employers out there to build their competitive advantage, growth, alignment, and sustainability in the economy of Uganda. We provide a lot of human resource advisory services, executive recruitment. We do special trainings like the Female Future Leadership Program, like the Executive EATR Training Program. We offer the EOSH program, which has been launched during this COVID era now, It's amazing to see how the organizations have taken up each of our advice, but also looking at how we have impacted and built their capacity over this time.
Most importantly, we thank the employers for their patronage, especially your trust, trusting us with your highest level recruitment, recruiting your CEOs, allowing us to help you bring on board new staff, allowing us to train your staff, developing your business strategy. We are also grateful to the government. We have had a very strong partnership with the government over the years. The concerns of the employers have been very well addressed, taking on board the policy issues raised by the employers, making our economy much better.
As we mark this important milestone, a new journey to propel FUE to exceptional level of consistency and excellence in serving members' interests as envisaged by the visionary founders of these great organizations are well and truly underway, being spearheaded by the new leadership.
As the employers' body, we have had quite a number of interventions, including developing the employers' guide on COVID-19, developing a guide on working from home, because quite a number of organizations have adopted this, which is commonly now known as the new norm.
I'd also like to appreciate or to thank the employers who have, despite this pandemic of COVID-19, they have managed to maintain their employees. I'd like to encourage employers who are not yet members of the Federation that as we have the opportunity to sit in the industrial court, we need you to join the Federation so that we help you with compliance with the employment laws. And that will reduce your operational costs in terms of litigation.
Over the last 60 years, Federation of Uganda Employers has seen its membership grow. For that, we would like to thank all the employers that have walked this journey with us, and we also call upon all the other employers that haven't yet joined Federation of Uganda Employers to come and join the Federation and even make it more stronger to enable it serve the interests of the employers.
Would like to encourage all those members that are not yet part of the Federation to join so as not to miss out on the good services offered by the Federation. I'd like to extend our hearty congratulations to our members, our friends, partners, well-wishers, and fellow staff for this Diamond Jubilee milestone.
As we turn a new leaf, we expect your steadfast loyalty and commitment to us as we continue to fulfill our vision to serve employer interests.
It's always a great pleasure to work with you, our dear members, interacting in person and online and sharing the great experiences and the work that FUE has been able to do due to your unwavering support.
We look forward to listening and picking up the views that you have, that you think we could add on to build your competitive advantage in this economy.
We have been the voice of employers since 1960, and we shall remain so for the foreseeable future.
Do remember to follow us on our social media sites, Facebook, Twitter, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at the Federation of Uganda Employers.
Thank you so much. Join us as we celebrate 60 years.
All right. So if we could return to our seats, please. You can come with your coffee. Please come with your coffee. And we should be able to move to our panel discussion. Our panelists are here. And I really wanted us to explore how we can get the best out of all of them. So I'm trying to make sure we get as much out of them in the shortest time period. We'll have an open session that will allow for comments and questions. And this is really not your traditional Q&A part for panelists. This is really a platform for our panelists to share their experiences because they're sharing with you their journey thus far in the different organizations they're working for. And for others, it may actually be to share insights into the industry. And as Phil and Annette spoke to us earlier, let you know what the world out there is really like, especially for a woman or women in leadership and the different potholes that are ahead or lie ahead, all right? So I want to introduce our panel with very eminent persons. I could have spent the entire day reading all their CVs, but I'll try and manage the length of their profiles, because I could go on and on all day, and we may have to stay here for quite a bit of time. So let me begin with the, I'm just finding my full list here. Okay, so I don't leave out a particular profile. Okay. I'll begin with the Miss Winnie Lawoko. And as I mentioned, you please make your way to the front and take a seat. Miss Winnie Lawoko is currently the Director SME, Uganda Investment Authority. But she has quite a wealthy CV, and when I was looking at it, it caught a lot of my attention because I thought I had seen her before when I was in school. Feel free, anywhere. We tried to socially distance the seats. Winnie, lead consultant, Willow Trains Management Consultancy Firm, and I could go on and on. She's a board member of the Uganda National Physical Planning Board, a board member of Opportunity Bank, a board member, chair Compensations Committee, board member Nugen. I'll quickly run down to, Winnie, I hope you're on LinkedIn so people can find this. This is really rich, all right? Previously, head of sales with MTN Uganda, and she was there for 7 years. And capacity development partner at Esami, capacity development partner, Enterprise Uganda, country manager, Nation Newspapers, and since we were talking about global, that was Rwanda. And I could go on and on. Let me see, I was trying to find something else. Oh yeah, and yes, she also worked for the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. So I could go on and on, but I thought I needed to just share that with you so you know the wealth we are speaking to. So, and this is about, if I do my math right, because she didn't add that, I'm doing my math very quickly. This is about close to 30 years of experience. Yeah, 30 years. And I'm being kind because I could have added the other years. It's closer to more than that, but I don't want you to start asking her how old is she. It's actually 34 years. Yes, 34 years. Yes. Yeah, my math is still good. Okay. I am excited to introduce the next person because she says a colleague, but I don't agree. She's my boss. She's my regulator. She's the acting executive director, Uganda Communications Commission. I was very super excited when they appointed her. She's my friend, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Irene Kagwase Wankambo. She has served at UCC in different capacities. She's a substantive director, before that, of course, for engineering and communication infrastructure, currently acting executive director, Uganda Communications Commission. Her experience in the ICT sector is extensive across policy development, research, and regulation. And I can tell you she sits on several international, I don't know whether to call them boards, but they're forums of the communication sector across the world, whether it's ITO or all the others you can think about. And you just need to Google her and you'll be able to get all the information that I have left out, all right? The other person I want to introduce very quickly as I find my other panelists' CV is none other than Gideon Badagawa. Gideon Badagawa is known to all of us, Executive Director, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Gideon, I will not run through your CV because you're not the reason we are here. You will really just, it's about the women in this room. And so I am not going to, in any way, try and give you Katala in a women's leadership forum. No, no, no. Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to get this. Fatuma, I'm making sure I didn't miss this. I need a CV. I have it somewhere. I'm just trying to. Because it's very rich, I just don't want to read half of it. Do you have it near you there? I'm trying to open our other panelist, Dr. Christine Navidio. Dr. Christine, as you come, I'm going to find your CV, don't worry. It's a very heavy, her other name, I saw, as you find it for me, Fatma, if you have it quickly there. Her other name, AKA, is Sunshine. Yeah, those of you who know somebody called Sunshine, that's Sunshine. Yeah. And I'll explain quickly what Sunshine is all about. Okay. Yes, it's here. Okay, Dr. Christine Navidio Ruanga, aka Sunshine, MBCHB, DPH, MMed, PH, MUK, MBA, ASLSCA Paris, former president Lubowa Toastmasters Club, sponsors of Mienga and Kampala Sunrise Toastmasters Clubs, Best Area Director 2019-2020, Division Financial Director Uganda 2020-2021, Toastmasters District 114. I could go on and on, but I thought I would just, because we are talking about her other expertise in health. She's currently an independent public health and HIV consultant, a member of the PEPFAR Scientific Advisory Board of the Ambassador and Office of the Global AIDS Coordinator, that is OGSC, an independent member of the Board Audit Committee at CIPLA QCI. I could go on and on. It's really long. I just cut it short. So ladies, this is really who we have. Quite the panel you'd really want to have at such a women leadership conference. But I want to begin with your experiences, and I'm excited. I don't know where to start. Do we start with Winnie? Yes, Winnie. Let's begin with you. Your journey. I don't know how you're going to cut short a 34-year journey. Help cut it short. The mic, just press the mic. I'll try and hope the mic's, yes, there you go. Yes.
Good morning, ladies. I hope you can all hear me. Congratulations on your day. My name is Winnie, as you've heard. I am the third child in a family of 8. And I'm going to talk about my journey, which starts probably way back before the 34 years. When I came in, I think Phil was talking about who inspired him most. Below the age of 15, I thought my father was my role model. And I really wanted to fit in his shoes. But as years went by, my father was imprisoned in a Minsk regime. So my mother took the mantle of looking after her family. She started her journey in marriage with 4 of her own siblings and another 4 of my father's siblings. So she started a home with 8, and I think that set the number of children she was born to get. 8 children, I was child number 5. Long story short, my mother had to do several things to keep us in school and to keep us to enjoy what we did. And she fast forward became my real model. I did my first job. Nobody should tell the labor laws in my P7 vacation. But it wasn't because my parents made me do it, but it was because I loved cakes in a certain shop, and I had to cut a deal to be able to eat the cakes every day. So I used to clean and sweep that shop, and that changed my career journey. I knew the value of hard work and the value of money. I want to fast track my sharing to my senior sixth vacation. I took a job with Captain Mike Mukula. He was opening Bimbo ice cream. Please don't calculate the years. Please don't. So I took a job with Mike Mukula for about 4 years. I was running Bimbo ice cream, and it became a real successful icon in the country. And then I joined the university. I quickly jumped and looked for a job. I worked with the International Red Cross, and in that time, a lot of our work was within the Luero Triangle, distributing hampers. So after all this, I came back home from the campus after graduating, and I told my mother, I've worked so hard all my life, 3 months, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to sit, drink, and eat. My mother was a teacher by profession. She listened and said, okay, please yourself. And for 3 months, I did nothing. But she counted the dates to the dot. And on the next, as it clocked 3 months, she told me I had to look for a job. I mean, you live in times when things are so easy, you could not imagine that all we had was you listened to news once in the evening, and your best pal was the radio. So as we listened to the radio at breakfast, there was this huge announcement. An international hotel is opening in Kampala and is looking for employees. I had done BA Social Sciences. I had specialized in HR. So I quickly wrote my application and walked to the Standard Hotel, which was opposite the Sheraton, and handed in my application, and I found so many of our other friends, and then there were people with huge CVs. We had 1 page. So after that, 2 weeks of interviews or testings, actually, IQ testings, I sit in front of a panel like this, all men. But the thing that struck me at that moment was, as I walked in, they smiled and said, congratulations, Miss Lawoko. My walk changed. I came and sat down very confidently, knowing that I had been recruited for the job of personnel manager. And they say, congratulations, you've got a job as a receptionist. I almost screamed. I said, what? A receptionist? You think I went to the university to be a receptionist? Keep your job. They laughed. They said, Miss Lawoko, take your letters. I was employee number 2. Take your letters with you, sleep over it, come back tomorrow. And I did. Fast forward, the Sheraton was going to be the first international hotel in Uganda. The interviewers were disgusted and did not believe they signed a contract to come into a country where they were going to be a monopoly. So they wanted out as fast as they came in. And that, of course, set the first challenge for us. Work hard and become the manager. In 6 months, I was a supervisor. And after that, the rest is history. I talk very passionately about Sheraton because after Sheraton, I never looked for a job. I was headhunted. And I want to bring something. For those of you who are in the service industry, cherish it. The Sheraton taught me all I know. Because it set the pace of competition. I mean, not this kind of competition we see these days, pull them down, pull them down. No. It was competition to be the best, to provide the best. So from Sheraton, one of the things I learned is that any training that you do, cherish it. It doesn't matter if it is in your line of business or not. And it's going to set the core things of my discussion today. As you graduate, I know you've learned already a lot, but I think the one thing you will take out of here is I have about 12 things that I want to talk about. The lessons I learned was that you will never judge a book by the cover. And that lesson I first learned as a receptionist. We had been trained for good things, and we all believed that people who came, there's the perception that persons walking into any place must be judged by the cover. That was wrong. My first major success was not because of choice, but because I happened to be the team leader. And a not so well-dressed man was walking into the lobby. And I think you all know the lobby of the Sheraton Hotel. It's about 10 meters. So it is enough time for anybody, for people who don't want to deal with a certain subject to disappear from the desk. So as people see this man walking in, my colleagues at the reception, I was in charge. I didn't realize that people suddenly walked out and I was alone at the reception. And this man who obviously seemed could not afford the hotel, walked in and had a small piece of paper. And he gave it to me. And when I looked at it, it was the late Kafumbe Mukasa messenger, and they had asked for quotations in a hotel. The two hotels was this hotel and the Sheraton. But I think he got the same reception at this hotel and was going to get that at the Sheraton if I hadn't had a leadership position. So I looked at the paper, and for 2 weeks, the Sheraton was fully booked at a price that was not negotiated. And that changed my mind on a number of things. So what were my key learnings from Sheraton? When you take a job, you must develop the spirit of excellence. The spirit of excellence will never come from your JD. It will not come from your leader. It will not come from your friends. It is inside you. And you cultivate it and you build it. And that spirit of excellence is going to make you work with any team member, whether they are good players or not, because you have set a positive outlook that you will be the best. I think today, as you graduate, you have passed the level of being an individual player. If you haven't yet graduated out of that, let that be your graduation point, because you need to begin to cultivate the spirit and the skills of teams. It doesn't matter if it's a team in the office or in your local village, because you do not know whose future you're going to ruin or you're going to build. In the first set of the four that I wanted to talk about is team player, and you learn how to manage, and then you learn how to coach and to mentor. I think one of the biggest challenges we have, and it is a challenge that we need to build first and build that gap, is the cross-generational learning. I learned the hard way that sometimes a mentor will only be your best mentor if you make the first move. The mentee needs to make that first move. The mentee needs to set the pace. The mentee needs to earn the time that the mentor gives. So I think for all of us, somebody mentors you, let's have a multiplier effect. The second set of disciplines that I'd like to share with you today is self-awareness. I think Phil also mentioned something about having your self-awareness. When you get into the board, which hat do you wear? Remember that as women, girls, mothers, we have that inborn mother heart. But I just want you to think and write it down for yourself. When you went into this board, which had 8 men, 2 female, the majority of the men are maybe at least 10 to 15 years older than you. How assertive were you when you entered in that board? Did you quickly jump and start serving tea? No, I'm just asking. Or did you respectfully earn your position? Food for thought. We're living in times where it's very agile. Do you have a learning agility? And how do you learn? If you are a good team player, your learning will become easy. Because even somebody who does not hold your position will be your next teacher. And I quickly want to, as I summarize, because I think there are many of us on this list, I want to talk about leadership agility. Your leadership agility should be things that you cultivate within your positions, whether you're in a business, or you're in a workplace, or you're a housewife. You need to cultivate it. And the first one I want to talk about is the achiever power. The achiever power comes from motivating. If you motivate teams around you, the teams will become successful teams. And if the teams are to choose a leader amongst themselves, they will choose that one that motivates them. And please do not misunderstand motivation. In this age and time, we feel that motivation is because we cannot beat the child. We say, okay, you know, if you don't do this as sweet. No. The hardware of love and motivation and the software and love and motivation must find a common balance. It is like you're weighing scale and will continuously keep tilting until it finds that equilibrium where you're no longer motivating, but your teams are beginning to behave or act in a certain way in order to achieve. The second thing is be the catalyst. We are in the 4th industrial revolution. Are you the catalyst? And if you're not the catalyst, what is it that you need to become the catalyst? You live in much better times for us. Google it. What is it that you want? Phil gave you a very good checklist, and I'm going to use it myself because I think it's something that is going to help me in this lockdown, COVID, and all. I will be able to get a lot of things to do. Now, in this pandemic, there is a huge silver lining. I hope we've all seen that silver lining, and especially for us as women and mothers and leaders in our own places. What are we doing to collaborate? As we begin to think global, let me remind us that when we begin to think global, your overheads probably will not grow exponentially, but when you get huge contracts, who is it that you're going to collaborate with? Uganda has not been able to successfully move into the AGOA contracts purely because we want to run alone. If you get a contract for one state in the US to supply for a supermarket chain or a chain group. You will not be able to do it unless you've collaborated, unless you have looked at economies of scale, unless you have kept the link alive. The third and the last is synergies. Where are you creating your synergies? Create synergies. As I conclude, it will be unfair. I am a salesperson and a very passionate one. It would be unfair if I did not talk about my career meandering. I started, of course, as a social worker with the desire. Those days, our days were good. We still had the ability of the civil service putting up lists of organizations you wanted to work with. And the year before, they had put Uganda prisons. And I wanted to work in Uganda prisons. I don't know for what reason, but I wanted to work in prisons. But that year, there was no advert for prisons. So I started off in the hospitality industry. And the hospitality industry, like I said, grounded me because 1 year later, I was a trainer. I was the director of sales for Sheraton in Kampala, but a trainer for Europe, Africa, and Middle East in the sales and marketing. So I traveled the world. But something in my upbringing, my mother believed so much in helping the disadvantaged. So in 1999, I became a founder member of FAWE Uganda, which is Federation of African Women Educationalists. And I was the representative for Northern Uganda. And every Friday, I dutifully finished my corporate work and I traveled up country, somewhere between West Nile and Karamoja. And those were the best parts of my life. Those were as long as there was a school period, those were the best parts of my life. And that brought in the next. The 20 years of insurgency in the North, I was an active player. We had a program which was called 3 Hours Away. And every Friday we drove from Kampala and reached Karuma with the roadblocks and called the commander and begged the commander to allow us go into the unit. Once we were almost shot. But why were we doing that? Was because the level of girl-child pregnancy was increasing by the day as the young children came to sleep on the streets of Gulu or streets of Lira, so we used to entertain them. And that is where in 2006, my corporate career came to an end. I resigned to be from MTN to be part of the Northern Uganda, the South Sudan, Northern Uganda CON peace talks. So that's where I was. As a member of Kekwara Acholi, which is the Kingdom of Acholi, but representing women in the talks, trying to at least help to translate, because majority of them were the child mothers who had become women, could not articulate good English. But today I'm in the public sector. And I think it is the best part of my life because I tried politics. There are things that I thought I would change. I campaigned, yes. I lost. But with a lot of learning. Not everything gets changed in Parliament. Probably very little gets changed in Parliament because that is legislation. If you want to really do transformation, we have it. It's out here in the people. So as you think of what you want to do, look at your mix and look at what will take you there. I want to thank you, Maurice.
I also want to thank myself for starting with you, Winnie, because you set the milestone for this conversation. Really, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Is she speaking to you? Is she? Yes, Winnie?
Asked me to talk from my heart.
Yes,
and I did.
and you did. Is she speaking to you in any way? I thought she was speaking to all of us. And the men, I think we will need to pay for this session. Gideon, me, yourself, and we are going to pay for these sessions because these are free sessions where I am actually taking notes. Instead of asking questions, I'm taking notes. It's quite interesting. Thank you, Winnie, for sharing your story. And that's why we're here, ladies. That's why we're here. It's about you and the change you can bring to this country and the world. And that's why we really are discussing this. So from Winnie, I want to go to Irene. Irene, I want some time I gave Winnie, so please don't be, I might find it difficult. Short, yeah? You might make a phone call to UCC and the station is switched off, so I am careful. I am very careful. So Irene, I have known Irene for the last few years, and she needs to share her journey. Because you literally are, if I had my top 10 powerful women in the country, you regulate all of us. We all hold a handset. Anyone here without a mobile phone? She decides whether you receive a call or not and how much they charge you for that. But also she decides whether you listen to radio in your car or watch television. That's how powerful this woman is. So in my view, she's one of the top 10 most powerful women in this country. If you ask me, and I know why, because every time I've been asked to go to State House, I find her. I don't know why, but every time I am there, she's there. So I wonder how many times she's there, because if I am there once in 2 months, how many times are you there? Because every time I'm there, you are there. Anywho, Irene, please share your story.
Thank you, Maurice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you to the Federation of Ugandan Employers for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Maurice, that intro won't save you. We'll still catch up. My journey. Winnie mentioned something, and earlier presenters spoke to the same. Where do you want to go? When I was young, I was one of those girls who I used to look at those pilots and the airline crew come off the plane. And I wanted to actually fly a plane. So that was my dream. Whenever they would ask me, what do you want to be? I want to be a pilot. I actually added on pilot engineer, though I didn't even know what the pilot engineer does. But I was like, I want to be the pilot engineer. Along the way, of course, the discouraging voices come in, and you start sorting yourself in terms of what you want to do. I'm a person who's always loved mathematics. Rachel, because they were there, were in school together, Susan, they remember. So math has always been my passion. And I was like, I don't want to lose my maths. Now, in Mount St. Mary's, I had Sister Kefas haunting me. And I'm like, I want to do physics, economics, and maths. And she's like, no, as long as I'm headmistress of this school, you're going to do PCM. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, but I don't want, yes, I come from a family that does art. And I'm like, I don't want to do architecture. Pharmacy, not quite. So I had this uncle who was himself an electrical engineer, electronics. And the more I'd listen to him, I was excited. I'm like, now that one understands me. So along the way, they're asking me, what do you want to do? And my family is like, we need another doctor. We only have one doctor in the family. We need you we'll set up a clinic for you. And I'm like, guys, I can't look at a sick person and not show you're sick. I would run. So I was feeling like that is not my passion. I wanted my mathematics, and engineering was giving that to me. So we joined Makerere. I did my first degree in Makerere University. I did electrical engineering. At the time, those were the days when electrical was both electrical, electronics, and telecom. Now, at the time of my going to school, I won't say how old I am. It was just UTL. Those were the UPTC UTL days. So for us, being interested in telecom, you had to go to UTL or UPTC as it was initially, and the other option was UEB. Now, going through university, of course, we did industrial training. My first industrial training was with UEB. Now, being dark as I am, there's normally the guesswork of what tribe I'm in. So I'd go to this, I worked in a team that was just me and the guys. Later, Honorable Muloney, Irene Muloney, came in as a supervisor. But for the field work, it was me and the guys. And they all used to be big brother kind of thing. So I go to the field and listen to these guys saying, she can't go, they were speaking in traditional language, she can't go up. She can't, you know these girls. So my supervisor later comes and tells me, do you want to look inside? I'm like, yes. So I climb up, look inside, then come down and greet them in the traditional language, just to show them that I understood what they said. But that goes to show just the stigma in the profession, because you end up working in a male's world. My next industrial training was with UTL. That was a bit easier. It wasn't so stereotyped. And there were a number of ladies there, like Miriam Kavuma was one of them, remarkable women there. So it wasn't quite difficult. And of course, that made me pick up interest in telecoms. So fourth year, we finished our exams. That's when MTN started. And we all wanted to work in MTN. We just never got that chance. Then there was the famous Y2K, fear. So we're all going around, walking, checking the computers. And all my friends were saying they had been invited, because we'd applied to UCC for interviews. They had been invited. I hadn't gotten a call. So I thought, maybe I hasn't taken up. UEB had called. I'm like, okay, I'll go with that. I would have preferred the other, but we'll go. So at night, I get home. At 8 p.m., I get a phone call to come the next day. And I'm thinking, so what do I read at this hour? I'll just go. So like Winnie, I then go to this panel first, and I'm thinking, okay. And I think I switched off and just became comfortable with them. So I became into the engagement. You ask me, I look at you and engage you. Ask. And I actually enjoyed it because they asked me about my project, my fourth year project. So I enjoyed describing, because I'd done it myself. When I was invited to join, were only 2 of us who were taken on. UCC started with a team of 14. Were 2 young ladies as the engineer, the other was a lawyer. My first day, of course, I walk in and they give me an act, the Communications Act. And they told me, that's going to be your Bible. And I'm thinking, I'm an engineer. Wait a minute, engineer, not lawyer. And I'd ask her, these words, why don't you speak proper English? Why do you have to say witnesses? Prima facie was my favorite word. Prima facie, it doesn't mean. So why am I bringing up all this? When you get into a job, I've worked, as I said, I came in at assistant technical officer level, which was at the time the lowest in the organization. I had seniors who I will always be grateful to them. They didn't handhold me. They threw me in the deep end. It was not, you're new. This is the work that needs to be done. We are here if you need us. That's the work. And you're thinking, okay, where do I start? I remember going home and telling my dad, I've been told to write a proposal for $80,000. If I write a bad proposal, UCC doesn't get the money. I've been told the organization is gender sensitive, so I have to always remember to write he or she. He or she can't write chairman, chairperson. So I was actually in terror. UCC bought equipment, and and there was no training provided. And I remember one of the statements made as it was being passed on, by the way, it costs more than your year's salary. And I'm thinking, I have to train myself on this equipment and bring out use but not kill it, otherwise I can't pay for it. And it wasn't light. So at that time, when Maurice says he's known me forever, like Winnie, I used to enjoy field work. Winnie doesn't remember that we used to meet in the early years of my working. And at first, I was being told there's this Winnie Lawoko, and she walked into a meeting and she had very good English, and I was thinking, wow. So and she'll never know that she used to make such an impression on people, but that goes to show how do you carry yourself when you go into engagements. So I'd go out the roads. It says there's a road here. Then you ask the village people, and you know how they direct you. Just go over there, you'll reach. And you go over and you realize the road is still going. But it's an experience because you get to understand the grassroots. I'd carry my equipment, briefcase, and move around. I did my master's. I did a master's in communication systems and signal processing. Then was promoted. All my promotions were on merit. I can confirm that. And I later then also did another master's in economic management and policy. Now, when I did my second master's, I had vowed after the first one, I'm not going back into books again. Somehow I can't remember how I got distracted and applied, because I applied for the master's. When the classes started, I was like, I had vowed I'm not going back to school. What am I doing here? And in there, I also had my firstborn. So I had a job, I was doing books, and I was starting family. Drama. But as a woman, you weirdly have it in you. And that is one of the things I want to highlight. So, yes, I worked through manager, assistant director, coordinator, office of the ED, started the strategy department and research. Research I received from another colleague, became the first lady to lead the engineering department after my predecessors. And in February this year, I was appointed to act as EDUCC. Now, experiences. We are always, first and foremost, you are always going to be a woman. Don't be afraid to be a woman. It's not a curse. You will have, it's normal to have children, it's normal to be emotional, it's normal. Don't fear to be a woman. But again, know when to use it. Balance. Do not make everyone feel that pain of the fact that you're a woman. So don't give it as constant excuses. There was earlier the issue of know your stuff. Read and understand. There's no reason, and Winnie spoke to this, we don't have excuses these days for why we don't know. Don't go into a meeting to just be a picture and complete, as the vice chair was saying, they need a woman. And so you're the woman, and your role is just to sit in there and complete the picture of being a woman. Read your papers. Learn about the subject that's going to be done, so that don't just put up your hand for the sake of putting up your hand. It will help you be able to ask sensible and objective questions if you read that. So don't get tired of reading prior to meetings. Learning is a lifelong lesson. You will never stop learning. And get into the practice of continuous. Winnie was talking about the 4IR. One of the things the 4IR has brought is that we have to keep changing and updating our skills to be relevant. Otherwise, you'll find yourself, if you keep thinking, I finished my books 4 years ago and that's it, or 20 years ago and that's it. No, my dear, you'll not be relevant. You'll be thrown out. Again, I've mentioned, don't be sorry you're a woman. In the boardroom and in administrative, most of us naturally, as somebody said, it comes, I think, from our hormones. We are natural administrators. A priest once commented that you'll always find, a woman will tell you, I don't have money, I don't have money, I don't have money. But on a rainy day, you weirdly find her coming out with, the money. So we somehow know that resource management by natural means, administrating and managing, I only have this much, I will work with this much. That also comes in handy in your leadership because it gives you a perspective. You're so used to managing and making do with what you have. So that is still a strength that is worth you carrying forward. You will always suffer the stigma. Most of us do. Things have gone wrong because she's a woman. You see, she's a woman. We told you women can't manage these things. She's a woman. Don't listen to that. Focus on it. You're not the first. Always remember, it's not just you. I had a friend of mine, she works with one of the UN organizations, she's white. And she was telling me about an experience where she was the only woman in their boardroom. And you guys are a bit luckier, there are more women now in the room. But long ago, it used to be common practice that the men used to make these annoying jokes. Sorry, Maurice, you take the blame for all of them. And they'd make these sexist jokes which they thought they were funny, but they were very demeaning to you as a woman. So you'd patiently sit there not wanting to be angry and not being able to tell them off to say stop. And she was telling me about a time when she sat through an experience like that. And then she excused herself to go to a bathroom break, closed the door, sat in there first, cried, came out, tapped up her face, came out looking all straight. So do not cry in boardrooms, please. Don't cry in boardrooms. Put on the brave face, stomach, drink water, find your coping mechanisms. And Winnie mentioned something. There is always that tendency of the woman around should be there to take the notes, serve the tea, start the serving, usher everybody. Know your role. Who says you're the one who has to do it? I'm not saying be rude, don't be courteous, but make sure you also page yourself. Don't lower yourself to be the one that has to be the typical, because the woman in the home does that, even in the boardroom, irrespective of your role, you're expected to do that. When things get hot, I've mentioned, don't cry. Support each other. I'm not saying gang up against the men or everybody else, but support each other. The men will tell you they normally laugh at us. Women get into those cat fights. And we start competing against each other rather than helping each other climb. So support each other and don't fight each other. Mentor and support other ladies. Winnie spoke to that, and I know some of the previous speakers also spoke to that. Support those young ladies that are still, so that encourage them. Don't discourage them and tell them, for your sake, you want a family? Don't even think of this job. It's the things we say to the young girls, to the young women that discourage them about being career. Some of them tell you, I gave up on that profession because I really just wanted a family. Don't make it seem like it's impossible to really have both. It's about, and there's no standard manual or book or rules about how to do that work-life balance. It's what works for you. And you need the support structure. Don't be afraid to speak up. Women, we tend to be the ones saying, if I ask the wrong question, everyone is going to laugh at me. If I make a wrong intervention in the meeting, they'll all laugh. So you keep quiet because you're self-doubting yourself and worried that if I talk. I'll tell you, the first time I led Uganda's delegation to one of the ITU meetings, the International Telecoms Union. Previously, I hope it will remain largely in this room, but many of the Arab countries never used to recognize women. The women were supposed to be junior in their delegations. So you find you're leading your team, but on the other side, the person who's supposed to negotiate with you doesn't deal with women. They don't talk. So it's been a process of actually learning on the job, learn the politics of each job. Every job has its politics. Whether in an organization, whether in what state, learn the politics of that organization. Learn the politics of your role. who do you need to understand and what do they want from you? And what makes them go haywire? Don't make God an option. I was glad that we started with prayer. So don't make it an option of, let me try to pray, let me try this, let me try that. Let that also be a part of you. Continue as well. I'm not afraid to say prayer actually has to be part of your life. The men are not our enemies. That I have to emphasize. Most of the mentors I have had on my journey have been men. My first supervisor, my board members, I had a chair who would call me out. Sit. And when I got appointed acting, he's among the people who called me first and smiled, because then he asked me, so Irene, when are you going to be EDUCC? Now at the time my boss was around, Mr. Masambo. And I was thinking, this guy wants me in trouble. How can he ask me? And I was just laughing. But these are the guys who kept saying, no. Engineer Tusubira would tell me, why were you quiet? I'm like, they told me I'm not supposed to talk in board meetings. We're only supposed to come and only talk when you're asked. It's like, no. Speak up. So he got into the habit of teasing me out. He's like, Irene, did you have something to say? And Mr. Masambo teased me and told me, you know, when your mouth keeps quiet, your eyes speak. So I had to start learning how to look down, because I'd end up telling myself that I'm dying to say no, no. So the men are not your enemies. Learn to work with them, especially because as women, there are those times. I remember on one of my pregnancies, my boss, my supervisor's office was my afternoon cushion. You know those moments where you just can't go on. And I'll tell him I need to use your office. So he would let me go behind his table, put and fast nap, and come out and continue. And so if you don't have that relation where you work with the men properly and not as enemies, they won't be able to support you in the things you naturally as a woman cannot do. There are some things, the weights might be too big for you. You don't want to be superwoman breaking your back because you're trying to make a point that you can manage. But when they see that you can actually match up and you're only inhibited because of other reasons, they'll be happy to step in for you. Work-life balance, find what works for you. There's no script. Don't try to be a superwoman. Doing this, doing that, I'm entering in there, I'm going to do it all, I'm going to sort it out, I'm going to change it, I'm going to manage home, I'm going to start the other project, the other one. If you think of the example of the octopus, don't try to be an octopus because you will break yourself. Decorum and etiquette, these things actually matter. As Winnie was telling you about the walking and the confidence, so even simple things of the way you conduct yourself as a leader, even in the boardroom, in management, when you're at functions, do discover and train yourself. You might not find a class that teaches you, but internet is your friend. Learn decorum and etiquette. Simple things, even us who would represent Uganda, and you realize you can't just cut in. What side of the head of the delegation do you walk? There are all these silent rules, and someone will judge you based on that. So do not limit yourself based on how you conduct yourself. Don't ignore the soft skills. As you learn the hard skills, the technical skills, learn soft skills. I will confess it pays to have a coach or a mentor. If you don't have one, please get one. And as they said, it starts with the person, the mentee, not the mentor. So don't expect someone to come and say, I want to come and mentor you. No, no, no. Because there has to be some chemistry there. Presentation and communication normally fails us as ladies. Not just ladies, everyone, but because I'm speaking to the ladies, I know it's even worse for the ladies. We have that shyness of, I fear, yeah, you. They tell you, and you start looking around to see, me? You've asked me? And they're telling you, speak up. Yeah. So work on your presentation skills, work on your confidence, work on your communication, and be a PR for women. Don't be afraid to be criticized for excellence. Morris knows my weakness in that. I don't want to do something for the sake of doing it. I want to do it well. What is your personal drive? What's your value? What's your brand? Establish your brand. But as you work, remember that you are PR for other women. If you do your bit well, others will be given a chance. If you're a problem, everyone will fear to work with women, to engage women, to give women a leadership role. So please be the PR for all women. Sorry, Morris, but I think I'll stop at that.
No, honestly, you've you made the time. I didn't have to interrupt you, and well said. And again, as I mentioned, I'm also one of those taking notes. I'm getting a free FFP 9-month program right here. Irene, I needed to mention, and I had to go consult Fatima because I actually am aware about one of the units there. They actually do the decorum and etiquette is one of the units they have participated in. So you were speaking to something they understand. Maybe also to share information. My wife was one of the FFP, or is one of the alumni of the FFP program, and I guess I picked some notes, I guess, along the way, and I've benefited. Though I've been telling Fatima, I think we also need a program for men, and I agree with those that are asking for that program, and I'm happy to already subscribe. Fatima, when you're ready, I'll be. I honestly think we need one. I know Gideon is aware we have a CEO program that is run by PK, but that is for everyone, including the Irenes of this world and the Winnies. That is not just men, so it's also unfair that ours has women in it also. So I think we need ours also, Fatma. Okay, and I've benefited from it. In fact, Irene, when you mentioned decorum and etiquette, I noticed there was one particular bit of that program that included makeup. And they were taken to, in my wife's program, I picked her from Sheraton. They had been taken to Sheraton in a particular place where they needed to show them how to do the right makeup. Under the perfect light, the perfect shade, the perfect, I said, oh wow, this is worth all the money that you're actually paying. So it's actually a 360 program, and I'm excited. And I see women in here smiling, and I really see the value. Even just sitting, posture, those small things. Anywho, Gideon, I'll come to you last. Let's go to Dr. Christine. Gideon, you and I are beneficiaries in this program. All right, Dr. Christine, please share with us your story. Miss Sunshine, if I can use that.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Zoe for this opportunity. With Female Future, first of all, with the rhetoric program. I facilitated for some of the rhetoric programs, and I really love the fact that when you learn communication, it gives you mileage. I remember one of my mentors, and he's Dr. Alex Coutinho, the best in the HIV/AIDS world that we have had, was a mentor to me. And one of the mentors, on top of the technical skills he was passing on to me, he mentioned to me one day that, Christine, have you ever attended a public speaking training? And I said, but I speak all the time. Because from medical school, even before you qualify as a medical doctor, you're speaking. And he said, Christine, speaking in public and public speaking are two different ball games. And the lights popped on. And when the lights went on, I have been a student of public speaking. Until now, things he told me also was that if you ever hear of Toastmasters, just join. And that's the speed of trust. Because if your mentor tells you of something that is worth, then you do it. It wasn't there then, but a random post on our WhatsApp for old girls. I said, wow, this thing is here now. Let me go and check it out. Long story short, became a member that very evening, and now I am the director heading Toastmasters in Uganda, effective communication and leadership skills development. That's where I want to start from. And it has been mentioned. We have all this technical skill that we have gained. But until we are able to communicate and communicate it effectively, until we are able to market what we have to offer, and I want to say this, it's not about ourselves, because we've learned these skills to make a difference. If you have a passion for the job that you do, but cannot ably describe it, the next person in the line will take that space. And I think it has been mentioned that ladies, we are apologetic. We feel like, no, let me first make sure. One of my public speaking trainers, Mussolini, mentioned, always make it a point to say something. So I looked around in the room when Phil said, is there any question? And I said, if Mussolini was here, he would have said, Christine, that was your opportunity. But then I want to pass it on to you. It's not about speaking and speaking just for the sake, but it's speaking and making sure that you are heard. The good work that you're doing is visible out there, and you must develop the skills. Well, Mr. Moderator, it's been your time to ask us questions. I'll ask you a question. Do you ride a bike? Do you happen to ride a bike?
You know what's so interesting is during lockdown, I actually bought a bike very expensively.
And did you ride it?
And I only rode it about 3 times within the real lockdown period, because I was actually an essential worker, described as an essential worker. And I only rode it 3 times, imagine. So now I've ferried it to the village where I think I will ride
But for what distance?
I did actually about 3 kilometers that day, the first time I took it around the village.
All right.
Around my village in Nansana.
How does it feel to get onto that bike for 3 miles?
Well, so there were 2 experiences. One was the hard part, because the hills were really quite something. It was a sports bike. Then one of my children messed it up, so it became a manual bike. So the hills were unbearable. So in some parts of the hills, I pretended I was picking something and I kept pushing.
You had to carry it.
Yeah, no, I couldn't carry it, so I was pushing the bike. The other was that I got to see part of the village I hadn't seen, because I was taking the longer route around my area. So those were my 2 experiences.
Brilliant. You got to use that bike. You didn't sit over internet and see, this is how you ride a bike. So it's very important that we pick these skills and actually apply them. So the application of the skills, we're not going to stand out until we get these skills, equip ourselves, and apply them. There's no 2 ways about it. You won't sit in a classroom and take notes like I'm seeing you diligently taking all these tips and say, now I can do it. Voila! I have become the CEO. You've got to go down to the trenches, and you've got to identify what are the skills I must pick up. And for now, the skills that will distinguish ourselves, the skills that will put us ahead of the pack, are the soft skills. Because yes, we are competing with each other with technical skills, and we're doing well. But if you can't speak for yourself, if you can't speak for the work, if you can't describe what it is you have to offer, the solutions you have, then you won't be any different from the next candidate. What about my journey? Can I talk about? I'd say that no experience is wasted. And I want to take it back to the time when I was so passionate. I wanted to change the world. Wow, I'm a medical doctor, I've earned my master's, and I'm out there in one of the rural districts working. And I get into this office, and it doesn't have this AC. I can hear AC, yeah?
And it doesn't have these comfortable chairs. It doesn't have so many things. It doesn't have the resources. And I won't name the municipality where I was working because then it will be stigmatized. The car I was given to work, to use for work, was what my husband labeled a DMC, dangerous mechanical condition. And for about a year, I was diligently looking through the papers for the next job I was getting out of here. Why? Because, I mean, they don't have this, they don't have that, there's no this, there's no that. And then I got my first leadership training, formal. Somebody put together a group and was mentoring us on leadership. And I told him, you know, what I want is out of here. Don't tell me about how to lead in that job because I can't do anything there. He said, are you sure you can't do anything there? I said, yes, I mean, they don't have this, they don't have that. He said, okay. Can we start from a perspective where you're thinking about your legacy? I'm not going to tell you to stay in that job, but I want you to think about what will you leave as your legacy when you're leaving that job. I said, excuse me? There's nothing. I've told you there's no resources there. He said, think. And I started thinking. I had a staff team of about 100 that I was supervising as a medical officer of health. The people who'd clean the streets, the people who'd make sure the rubbish is removed, the nurses, the health inspectors. And I said, wow. I told the foreman, can I have flowers? And that changed the place. And people said, wow, there's flowers here. Something as small and as little as flowers. And then I realized that we can work together and collaborate with others to make a change in the health system for the urban poor. Everywhere I would go, they would tell me, Uganda is 80%, over 80% rural. So what are you talking about? We don't have any programs to support the urban health. And I told them, but cholera, when it comes, it hits the towns. COVID, when it has come, where's the highest statistics? In the urban areas. So then, the lights went on. I realized I could network. And I could go out. When we look at our statistics, it's showing us we don't have business investing there. And I said, okay, I'll go back and make sure that I make you change those words. And by the time I left that municipality, UNICEF was giving us a grant. There was a project, Southwest Integrated Project, that was giving us a grant. We got vehicles as urban health officers to do the work. And I've never stopped appreciating this mentor in leadership who told me, before you leave that job, make sure you leave a legacy. You may be here and things are tough, and they'll be tough. But tell you what, when things are tough, look for the opportunity. Because when you look at the opportunity, and when you look at the situation as the glass being half full as opposed to being half empty, the opportunities start showing up. Leave your comfort zone. And I know because your Female Future program, you've left your comfort zone. Because nothing ever grows in a comfort zone. It started in my mind. The change happened in my mind. A paradigm shift has to happen. If we are to be productive, you have gained these skills. When you go back to your workplace, there must be a tangible difference, and it starts in your mind. A paradigm shift, equip yourself, and we've talked about the soft skills. I will chip in again, effective communication will take you far. And lastly, network, network, and network, because your network will determine your net worth. If I hadn't reached out to networks, even beyond my medical fraternity, I wouldn't be who I am. I wouldn't have made a difference in that municipality at the point when I did. So look out for the networks. And to wrap it all up, It's not about you. It's not to have a paradigm shift for Christine. It's not to have a paradigm shift and equip yourself and network for Christine. But you are a leader, and a leader is there to influence, to make a difference. So I didn't start out to be on the PEPFAR board at international level. I didn't even ever know that PEPFAR could look for me. And I asked them when I went to Washington, how did you get my name? They said, oh, don't worry, we have tabs. And you are the right person to be here. And I want to say it started when I met the paradigm shift many years ago, over 20 years before, to work and make a difference. So do not downplay the work you're doing now. Do not fight the challenges, and do not fight change, but instead remember that, like the Greek philosopher said, change is a constant. So play along with the change, because whatever you do with that change will determine where you will be many years to come, and you'll be appreciative that you actually took change and made that paradigm shift, equipped yourself, and networked. Back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Wow. Okay. Fatuma, you never prepared me for this. This is a free class. I really, Gideon, first of all, I'm not asking for your testimony. So I hope you didn't prepare yours. Me, I have questions for you. Let's be honest, Gideon. I have been in some of the senior meetings at the highest level, been invited to some board meetings, and it's very clear there is a gender gap in the boardroom. It's very clear. And what's also clear for me, Gideon, so if you had prepared notes, Gideon, I'm going to make you move away from those notes. What's also clear for me, Gideon, is that for those organizations where we have had women at the helm, there's been a lot of change in those organizations. Great change is actually made in those organizations. Yes, there is political will. Yes, there is women who are ready to take up these positions. And yes, the men might be ready to actually welcome these women into these boardrooms. But are we there yet? Maybe is the question I should ask you, Gideon. Are we there yet? You are head of all the private sector institutions in this country. You are aware how many women are on these boards and how many women you're engaged with. Are we there yet? And how do we get there anyway?
Thank you very much, Maurice. And I really want, first of all, to associate myself with all that has been said at this meeting. What an exciting meeting to be at. And I really want to appreciate FUE and the organizers for this meeting. I want to congratulate ahead of time, even before you graduate, FFP. This expose is very important. As you say, we've really been taking notes. And as my sister here said, learning is a lifelong activity. You never stop to learn. I have been privileged, Maurice, in this world because, one, I was brought up by a woman. I was brought up by a woman, and actually a single woman, because my parents were living elsewhere. And I was nurtured, I was mentored, I was coached, I was counseled, I was trained, I can say everything, by that wonderful woman. And all my life, my early years, right from, I would say, 2 years until I was about 15, I was with this wonderful lady. And so she modeled me into the person I am today. And so that's how much I take her in high esteem. Then beyond that, and I'm not telling my story, please. Beyond that, I was privileged to have two wonderful daughters. Two wonderful daughters. The firstborn is a daughter, the lastborn is a daughter. And so the environment around me, even at the workplace, I've been mentored by a lady. The person, among the people that I succeeded, was a lady. And so she mentored me. Rachel here knows her. She mentored us. And I really must appreciate, when I was listening to the wisdom in this place, I could not disguise my greed. Because I was speaking to myself that, look, how wonderful it is to hear the level of capacity that we have in this country. When you talk about women in leadership, certainly we are not yet there. We have walked a journey of bringing women to a level of decision making, the senior level. But very few have gone up to that level, the strategic level, if you like. Most of them are at the operational level, taking decisions at a senior management level, maybe being part of the ExCo, right? But in the boardroom activity, they are not there yet. And one wonders why. And this, when I was listening to the discussion, including even the one from Philip, the earlier one, I was asking myself, is it not the time that we should work on the male mind first? We must engage the men. And I was talking to the vice chair there. What is it that is not working? Is it competence? Is it performance? What is it that's not working? Like you said, institutions here in this city, we can count them where women have led and successfully so. So what is the problem? You have 15 people in the boardroom, and you have 13 of them are men. About business journey, about the vision of the organization. And the question, again, goes back, because when I listen to especially the panelists here, you can really see that these are people who can even be heads of state here. Each one of these can be a head of state. Yes. But what is happening? What is going on? You know, it goes back to the first 1,000 days, I must say. And women, like someone said, women, I think it was the vice chair, women are leaders at every stage of the way until possibly you leave this earth. From the time you bear a child, it's your responsibility to model this child into a leader that this child should be. Come 20 years, come 40 years ago, 40 years to come. Now, if you don't do this, then we are not going to have a leader. It cannot be the responsibility of the teacher at school. It cannot be the responsibility of the community in the neighborhood. It cannot be the responsibility of government as legislation. Government will do legislation. We want this, we want that. The issue is how much passion do we have right from the home, from the family, to model these people into successful leaders when we want them to be. That is not yet happening. So when you ask, are we there yet? We are not yet there. The girl child is not going to school. You cannot be a leader in the boardroom if you did not go to school. All these went to school. They are PhDs, they can mentor. They can talk to someone and you see really wisdom. There is wisdom. You cannot gain that until you have walked that journey of the school. How many girls are dropping out of school at any level? P7, S4, S6? Now, until we address those such things, culture, values, and so on and so forth, a girl is not supposed to go to school, a boy will go to school, and so on. It starts there. You are a woman, you are a wife, you are a mother at that level. Stand out and claim your space. And because until you do that, no one is going to do it for you. We have had this also. No one is going to do it for you. So, the aspect of even asking someone to speak up, it comes from the home. upbringing. Now, you cannot go to school to be told how to speak. Of course, there will be speech lessons, language lessons, and so on and so forth. But that is an addition to what the mother has done. That is where leadership is built. The first 1,000 days, the first 3 years, it's in your hands as mothers. So whether it's going to be a boy child or girl child that you want to model into a successful leader when time comes, it should have started there. Should you not have done that, you have missed the bus. So I thought we should understand that when we talk about soft skills, it's all about that area. It's not in the school, in the classroom. It cannot be in the office environment. At the office, you find people who are shouting at others, who are abusing others, sexual harassment, who are doing because of the upbringing. Now, that kind of engagement, the relationship at the workplace, is very, very important. And I think FUE, you need to pay attention to this, because employers have got a responsibility to have value, to ensure that there is value in the workers, in the employees, and the people that they espouse in the workplace environment. UBOS has got the statistics. Where you have engaged men to take responsibility for gender responsiveness at the workplace environment, 96% of those institutions have been able to make a lot of progress in terms of productivity, in terms of profitability, and can be able to compete in the markets. And only less than 30% for those that do not pay attention to this are succeeding. So it has a great dimension in terms of growth of the enterprises and so on and so forth. So what we have done at PSF is to carve out a program on gender equality certification. And I think some of you have been part of this already. We have more than 50 companies that have signed onto this program. We are working it out with the UNDP because we are part of the journey towards Agenda 2030 under the SDGs. And we have told ourselves that the most important goals under the SDGs are two. Goal number 5 on gender equality, and therefore gender parity, and goal number 17 on partnerships. Phile, I think, said this: you will not be able to grow. You can look into the future, you can plan ahead, but you need to work with others. You need partnerships. You need a mentor. You need someone to work with. You need someone to be inspired too, you know? So each one of us here, actually, sitting here, should ask ourselves, who am I mentoring so that they can become like me 20 years from now? Because if we are not, we are failures. We are failures. The legacy of any successful leader is to mentor someone. I think she has said that. If you are in a leadership position and you leave without mentoring someone to be like you, or even better than you, when you leave, you are a failure as a leader, however much you may have done. So this is very important. And women, when you are in positions of leadership, there is a tendency of not hand-holding other women to be like you. This is happening. This is happening. So you will not expect men, if you are not doing it as a woman, you cannot expect the man to be doing it on your behalf. So let us take the responsibility as leaders at all levels to ensure that we touch somebody to come and be like us when they turn of age. And it does not matter at whatever age. It can be 40 years. Phil here said he was a CEO before 40. But he was mentored into that. You simply cannot grow up and then you become, she said it, I think, as well. For her to become a CEO, she was mentored. All of us, I think, to be CEOs and executive directors and so on, we were mentored into those positions. Don't expect someone, because they have a PhD, to be a leader. There are skills that comes with it. So it's very important, Maurice, to answer your question, that we are not yet there. There is a lot that we must do. And we must engage men. We must change the mindset. We must work on their psyche. to ensure that we gain ground into women leadership. I thank you.
All right, so now I don't want to eat into our graduation. So I still have all the four, and I really want at some point to come back to you in a minute. We are looking at COVID and post-COVID, the new era, the new opportunities, maximizing this leadership potential. I would like to pick your mind, all the four of you, on that in a minute, and what they should be looking forward to, and how we went to school, before COVID, and now BC, now after COVID, AC, we will need to probably change. You see the way it's BC and SC, yeah. So AC will need to probably do things a little differently, and these ladies need to lead that way. So if you can think through what you'd let us know. All right, if you have a question, I'm happy to, the microphones, I have two microphones, so I'll ask one this side and one on this end. I know Dr. Christine said, always have something to say. Please, don't all of you have to say something. I'm now using your own words, Christine, against you. All of us don't have to say something today. I'm not saying in your boardrooms, but today, because you will delay your own graduation. But I am really looking forward to, if you have a particular question for any of our panelists, feel free. Miss Kabagambe, I know her, so I don't, please don't expect me to mention your names when I look at you. Hi, no.
Thank you very much. I didn't put up my hand. Maurice, just...
The eyes communicated. I'm learning from Irene here. She says the eyes communicate. I saw your eyes.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't put up my hand, but I actually had something to say, so I think the eyes communicated. I have listened and I have enjoyed the panel, and I was just thinking that we need to thank Fatma and the organizers for choosing such a well-balanced. Yeah. And what caught my eye is that because I was looking forward to this function, I looked at the panelists that they sent us. And there's always the tendency to judge versus expect. Eh? So I didn't see Ms. Laoko there, but I saw Irene. And I was looking forward to listening to her. One, she's a woman, and I thought we were probably in the same age group. I was looking forward to listening to Mr. Badagawa, because...
You're in the same age group.
Maybe not. I work with NSSF, and so I thought he is in a sector of people who I deal with all the time. I didn't know what to expect from Christine because I was thinking, medical field, am I ready to listen to that? But I was so pleasantly surprised when now she talks about communication and Toastmasters. So my take from here is that as I was listening to this, I was thinking that we have got a lot of untapped potential within us. And my question is to Ms. Lawoko. I am a meanderer, just like you. And so I know that while I'm doing my work somewhere else, the silent voice within me is those, the passions that I know that is what I actually like to do, but it's nowhere in my 8 to 5. And I find myself doing it elsewhere. Thankfully, when I came to FFP, I made up my mind to actually professionalize those things. And so that is you. You've been into politics, you've been into sales, you've been into this and that. I have been in collections, collecting NSSF money, contributions and investments, but actually my passion is image consulting and branding, on a personal note. And so that's what I'd like you to talk to us about. The thing that eventually you end up doing, and yet you have kept it silent as you're doing other things. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other? I'm happy to take them at a time. Yes, here. Your names, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Agnes Umutoni. I work for Standard Chartered Bank. My question was around, I think a number of you mentioned Think Global. I just wanted you to mention and sort of give us insights on, so is it very important for you to have the global aspect in terms of, if you're working in Uganda, is it very critical for you to get out of your space in Uganda and go to a different market and come back home? Or because of social media and the way we actually do our learning today, we're able to get the global aspect of how we work. So for me, it's just the aspect of global thinking. How do we approach it now in this new era? Are we required to step out of our zone and have a sense of what's happening globally, or we can actually do it from where we are? Thank you.
All right. I like that question. And what's interesting, Gideon, and it relates with all of us in this room, I also wanted Anne to be here because I had questions for Anne Juko, but you are both. But I am happy for all three women to answer that question, and please note it. You'll need to come back to you. But so do I have to physically leave my zone? Or do I have, and speaking from Stanbic, Anne left her zone, which was Uganda, went to, was it Botswana or Namibia? Namibia, and now he's back home. And I'm happy in a bigger position, you know. So does it necessitate that if I can't grow here, because already there is a boss who is not going to move, I should look elsewhere outside of my zone, which may be, if I want to stay within the same organization, I should be looking outside of Uganda. And then it's highly likely that if I leave, I may actually come back in the position I always wanted. All right? Okay. I don't know if I've answered, but I know they will answer in a better way. I like that. I am happy. I can't wait. Yeah. Please, quickly.
I was at PSFU. And I've been there now for, I would say, 20 years now. I should be walking out, actually. But I started in 2000. In 2008, I could not immediately become the ED because my boss was going away, but I could not become the ED because we were 2 or 3. So I went and became the ED of Uganda Manufacturers Association. Now, gaining that experience was good enough for me to bounce back as ED in the same place, PSFU, in 2010. And since I have been there.
Awesome. And
so that is a good strategy.
Yes.
You can walk out and come back. It's possible.
Yes. And it's actually the right way to do it. Because like all the women here spoke about, pull her down. It's highly likely the other person whose job you're looking at is a fellow woman. And rather than support her, you're literally trying to pull her down so you take her job. Yet you're better off supporting her and saying, let me go to another space where I can actually work with you, and maybe whenever the time is right, I'll come back and take that position that is meant to be mine. Anywho, the ladies will tell us. Any other, so I can come back here? If you know, I'm looking at your eyes, so if they communicate, I'll ask for a microphone. Oh, yes, there. I couldn't see you, sorry, the cameraman was hiding you. And I'm excited about one thing, Gideon, it's for me and you. I'm lucky that the ladies, unlike me and you who kept the masks on, when they want to speak, they remove them, so we must see them. Thank you very much. And please, if you're going to speak, remove the mask so we can see you. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, we can see your makeup also, I need to add that.
Thank you, Boris. Just, to emphasize my presence. My question is for Gideon. You had mentioned something that's quite important about having the men buy-in. And my question to you is that, does that mean that it's our responsibility as women to make men cautious about our importance in society? Or is it that the men who are cautious about it should educate the other men and train the other men to do so? Thank you.
Your names, please?
Oh, my name is Sophia Wada. I'm from Total Uganda.
Okay. That's a good question, Gideon. I like that question. Men, and I like the last part, men who are cautious about women telling other men. I like that. That's me, you, Gideon, and Douglas, you. Okay. Last one. Oh, is there? Yes, there's, okay, 3 now. These 3 will be our last. There's the lady there. We'll start there. We'll come here, and then here. If I have time, I'll come back. Don't worry. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Rita Gova. I work with Standard Chartered. My question is to mainly the ladies on the panel. I'm quite excited and I'm happy I'm here to learn from all of you and hear your rich stories. There's this proverbial glass ceiling, and all of you have actually hit it and exceeded it. And I know there's still, the sky's the limit for all of you. My question is, for each of you, what was your greatest challenge while you were getting to that point or exceeding or hitting that ceiling? What was your greatest challenge? And what is it that you did to overcome it? That's one. And the other bit, of course, we will learn from what you say, because what I've learned in life is there's nothing new, right? What you're going through, I'll probably go through it years to come. And that's why you've been telling us we need to have mentors, we need to have coaches, because they already have gone through this and they'll be able to lead us accordingly. So that's my question to the ladies. Thank you.
All right, here.
Thank you. My name's Pauline Nyapendi from the Big Bank. There's only one big one. I'm from Bank of Uganda. Okay, on a serious note now. I want to thank our panelists. I'm really excited that you are the ones they chose for the panel today. When I looked at Ms. Laoko's CV, when we were vetting her for that board position, I was impressed. And I feel happy that I've eventually met her, because it is really rich and up there. And of course, the engineer, she's there. Let me leave the gentleman out. And his CV is too tall. And Christine, you've spoken to me in a different way. I love talking. And my colleague, Susan, has been telling me to join Toastmasters. But I was saying, I was not committal. But after today, I have to join Toastmasters because I love speaking. And now taking it at a professional level, it is something that I'm going to do. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that wasn't a question, so I'll replace it with that. So we have our prayerful woman who prayed for us this morning.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Annette Katsime Bukenya. I work with Beanzika Poultry International. My question, more or less like Rita's, and this is to the ladies. Getting to where you have been, you must have had fears at a certain level before you broke through to get to where you were. What were those fears, and how did you overcome them? Thank you.
Wow. Ladies, please summarize them. Those usually are very many. Finally, I'll only, okay, you're together, so I find it difficult that excuse me, my microphone. Boss, we are still working. Please come. We're still working. We shall have lunch. I'll buy you lunch after. The ladies there. There's two ladies. After her, the one in front. Yes, you first. There you go. And then your neighbor.
Hello, everybody. I'm called Janet Iremera. I work with the Retirement Benefits Regulator, and that is the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. Thank you, the panelists. But thank you very much, Madam Christine, because you really talked to me about effective communication. And it so happened that when you talked, it actually reflects what effective communication is all about. And it made me think in so many ways. I asked myself, women, we have always spoken, and we speak on a daily, especially being that we are mothers. We speak to our children, we speak to our house helps, we speak to everybody around our homes. But when it comes to public speaking, it becomes actually difficult. So most times I think that's why women are not heard, because we don't come out to get heard. Exactly what you talked about. And I believe this is an area that we can actually leverage on as women, because we are good at talking. We've mentored these little ones, we still mentor them, our children. But then when it gets to public speaking, which is almost in the same arena, it becomes a challenge for us. And that is why I believe we are even still few in the boardrooms. So what I wanted to ask is how a few action steps that we can work on, especially maybe, is it because of the cultural attitude and experience that we grow up being told, you don't need to speak that much, you're a woman, you have to have a limit when you're speaking, or you don't know how to speak, maybe it's the men who should speak. It got me thinking that maybe it could be that actually holds us back. We are actually good speakers, but then why don't we get up there and get heard as much as we ought to? Thank you.
I'm called Rachel Emasit. I'm with the Rebecca Litwala Kadaga Institute of Parliamentary Studies at the Parliament. I want to thank you for the information that we have received, for everything we are sharing. It's so inspiring. And I'm happy that everybody around the room is talking about mentoring and coaching. And I just want to ask the panelists, what happens to the group, the 10 to 15 or 10 to 20, because the mentoring is at our level, at a higher level. All of you talk about people who came into your lives much later, and we are saying we want to influence the younger child. What are those silent or loud things that we could do as mothers, as career women, because we don't want to leave them behind? We can't wait for 40 for them. We are in the new era. So I would like to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Ladies, I don't know. Christine, I'll start with you, so I end with Winnie here.
Very much, and I'll share an experience over the last 6 months, starting with Rachel's submission. Over the last 6 months, I have been grounded because my job is being a consultant, so you couldn't do much in terms of the work the way I was working before. But then I was in this network that gave me an opportunity to say, Christine, you were mentored. What can you do in this period, even as you reflect and think about what's your job going to look like post-COVID? So I started a program under a project that I was following in my educational program at Toastmasters to mentor young women. And I picked 6 young women, 3 in Zambia, because we were doing online, and then 3 in Uganda. And this was a cross-generational mentorship program, and they were required to have a peer mentor and a junior mentor. So it is possible, as we craft these programs, to have the mentorship actually trickle down. We have all come from schools where we've had people coming back when we were still at school and talking to us. Well, not exactly mentorship, but it turned on a light bulb somewhere because somebody came and talked to us. But we can be more intentional. And as the group that you are here, you can take it up as one of your projects. Post-FFP, what do you want to be proud of? I know that each cohort takes up something and does something. We could look at the schools that you all hail from, and you could go back and do something, the careers days. So there is opportunity. There is opportunity for Rachel. As Rachel, what can I do? With the skills I've gained from FFP, how can I pass them on? within my small circle. So I did what I called a Tough Up program. It's tough up there. And this is what I told the 6 mentees, that it's tough up there. But then there are people that can hold your hand. And because I'm part of a global network at Toastmasters, I was able to link the 2 accountants to accountants at a global level, one in London, one in Australia. I was able to link the journalists to a journalist who is a head of department at UCU. I was able to work with the pharmacist, and none of them was medical, was a doctor. So the pharmacist is linked to a pharmacist, but she's also linked to a peer, and she's also working with a junior person at high school. And it can go lower than that. But like Mr. Badagawa said, it all starts, where does it start? At home. If you've read the book, and that touched me, The Jewish Phenomena, what the Jewish do with their children. The children learn communication. And in there, it's the first time I read a book and they were talking about public speaking, being taught at home. The children are taught to be able to present their issues at home. Financial management, financial independence is taught at home. So the soft skills, like Joseph said, it has to be a responsibility. Even before we go out into the projects, what is it we are doing at a micro level as myself? The proverbial glass ceiling. And how have I addressed this? And how did I shoot through the glass ceiling? I don't think there was a day I woke up and said, hello, glass ceiling, I've gone through you. No, but yes, somebody has said that sometimes we are our own biggest critics. We are our own biggest enemies. We bring ourselves down. I like that. Remind me of your name, please. From Janet. Janet mentioned the fact that she has this, when she's in public, it becomes a challenge. And I know, Janet, that you debated several times before you took that mic. So you were deep inside you telling Janet, please, don't. That is true. I know it to be true. So even I have gone through times when I've told myself, Christine, you can't. But somebody has told us that before you say you can't, consider saying I can. And I will take that mic and speak and make my voice heard. So congratulations, Janet. Because that's the way you break the glass ceiling, by telling yourself counter to what comes naturally in your mind. To address the fears and say, I am going to do it. So it all starts in the mind, Janet. I'm with you there. And it must be addressed with all other things. I can't be the one in the boardroom. I fear going into that boardroom. What if I make a mistake? When you make a mistake, you fall, and you'll get up. You'll bounce back. Then there was a question about, do I have to go global? I think it's about the exposure. If you just remain in the same place, in one of my old places of work, and my story is very similar to Joseph's, I began at TASO as a fellow, as a trainee, as a mentee under that program by the Institute of Public Health then. And then I went through the ranks, started the antiretroviral program. That is the first program at TASO that gave drugs, life-giving drugs to people that were living with HIV/AIDS, leading with a team, but definitely working through the ranks up to deputy executive director. And after that, I said, I think I'm done. Other people can do the job. And I went away. And then later on, I was asked to come back and became an executive director. So it took going away and seeing things being done differently. It helped. It also helped that you are responsible for actually earning that trust. and respect, because it won't come handed down to you on a silver plate. Have you equipped yourself? Have you exposed yourself? If you are in a workplace that offers you all this, maybe you don't need to move and you don't need, but you definitely need to link up and understudy and collaborate and benchmark what is happening outside there. Because that's when you'll be able to make an analysis of your own environment and do the environmental scan like you need to do it for that business to make, for you to be productive and make the bottom line come up if you have been exposed. So I would say that that exposure, whichever way you want to take it and whatever your circumstances allow you, the exposure is very critical. It might mean that you get exposed within the same environment, but definitely a global outlook is critical for any business. And now with the new era the way it is, I think it is indispensable. I'll stop it at that and I think pass it on to Irene and
All right, Gideon, you'll still be the last. You see how they're very strategic, these women. And I like that, Christine. You must be intentional. Yeah, you must be. Okay, Irene?
I actually was going to warn you, Maurice, that we've taken over. So toss the mic between us. Thank you for the very good questions. And I suspected actually our answers were going to be very similar in respect of some of the issues raised. Maurice had asked us before COVID and after COVID. And I feel that ties in with what Agnes asked in terms of when I think global, what does it constitute? Christine and Maurice have given you the scenarios, and Gideon as well, about actually going and working outside. You may not always have that opportunity for one reason or another. It really depends on what opportunities you have. Within, you know, as Christine said, a lot of the time when you're within your bubble, you think you're actually doing very well, you're superb. It's only until you step out that you realize there's so much more you could be doing. So even a simple 2 weeks exchange with another place can actually open your eyes in terms of perspective. But as everybody has said, you're also trying to test the waters, trying to test, am I just fit here because of this organization and its culture, or can I actually work in other places? And a lot of the time, it's very common with us women, a comfort zone. You want the comfort zone. You don't really want to have to stretch. You're fearing that if you step out of there, you might get in trouble. Am I good enough? You know, someone was asking about the glass ceilings, about the fears. This is actually related. Half the time you're thinking, have I got it? Am I really able to? And the culture, Janet also talked about the culture. We have this culture where you're told it's not good for a woman to be vain, vanity. So you normally say, no, I'm okay. No, yeah. You're normally wanting to step back rather than step forward. So again, that whole glass ceiling, I'm not one who keeps talking about that glass ceiling because I feel like it also has a perspective it creates that's not quite right. But in terms of as you look going up, I know for each stage, and we've talked about mentorship, that's one of the things when you have a mentor relationship, there are a lot of things you may not realize and be able to assess yourself about. But when you have a good mentor relationship, your mentor would normally be able to highlight for you some of the strengths you didn't even think you have and help you learn how to grow them and embrace them. So a lot of that going upwards. I know for each stage, I think it's been an issue of snap out of it. You can actually do it. What's wrong with you? Because half the time you're thinking, really? Maurice will tell you, or he wouldn't dare, because when I was given each of those roles, the first thing my eyes go like, and you're like, what if I fail? What if? So you're asking yourself all these until you sober down and start thinking, I'm not going to try and be like so-and-so or so-and-so. I'm going to try and do it my way and be me, and actually walk this as me. Embrace my strengths, work on my weaknesses to be able to address the new responsibility that comes with it. The other question, the mentorship. I like that, and I like what Christine said. I'd also written school talks. I'll share with you an experience. One of my most memorable things was when a dad came and told me, my daughter took this course because of a talk you went and gave in the school. The same girl actually ended up in my department. So we've had that kind of relationship. But she herself had not come up to tell me, but it's her dad who told me, because of the talk you went and made at the school, she chose the course she did and actually decided that's what she wanted to do. So even as Christine said, as mothers, and Gideon pointed it out, I know there was the question to him about who should do it. I think it was Wada who talked about who should address the men. In so many of the cultural things, actually it is us, the mothers, who breed how the boy child turns out. The girl child will turn out based on the role model. You heard Gideon talk about how he looked to the person who framed him, who raised him. Now, Janet was talking about the fact that in the homes you're being told, the girl is being told, don't talk. How are you speaking? So are we putting them down or teaching them actually how to express themselves? For many of the grandparents these days, they tend to say, the kids of these days have kajanja. Because us, when we were growing up, we were being told when the big people are speaking, keep quiet. When there are visitors around, keep quiet. The ones these days will come and say, Uncle, you said what? So, Mommy, you mean, and you're feeling like this kid is challenging me by asking me, but that's now what they're teaching them in school. Now, at home, are we embracing it and molding it for positivity? Or do we run and say, this kid is stressing me? Or tell them, you, in our day, that would have gotten you a stick. So it is how we are grooming the children from when they are really young. Christmas parties in the house, teach them, allow them to start singing. Don't only tell the boys, you do the dance. Tell the girls, say a poem, express yourself. Get them used to feeling like, for many of the people, they'll tell you, I started young. I'm one of those who, I think my dad keeps going around telling people, we used to end up in challenges, and I'd end up almost challenging him in speech. But it's how you allow and get the child used from when we are young. Many schools have introduced programs. As ladies, and Christine said, give back. Don't wait. Many of us are looking for how do you engage with the school. Propose to them that I'll come and talk to your students for free. Give your time. How are you giving back to society? How are you giving back to, you don't even have to limit yourself to only where you have a child. Give back. If we all appreciate that that's what we need to do, how are we helping? Rather than, again, waiting, as Gideon said, community, government, and so on to come in and do the solutions. Let us be, I always love that mantra, let us be the change we want to see. And again, there was the issue of, I can't remember who quite brought it, and what I wanted to point out, also with the COVID situation, it's your attitude. When you're hit, are you going to say, I'm not daring again, I'm done? Or as Christine said, do you get up and say, okay, so if I do it that way, it won't work, so I need to change. So it's your attitude. Just have a positive attitude in everything. Life is a continuous lesson. Everything happens for a reason. Every situation, and what doesn't break you will make you. So you will learn from every experience you go through. Look at everything you go through with a positive attitude. Yes, as a woman, as a human being, you will feel the pain and have that coiling reaction, but don't allow the coiling to take forever. Uncoil and move on. pick up from it, learn from it, and get up, network. Have people around you who will build you. People who will not tell you, hey, what were you thinking? But persons who would rather help you to see the positiveness, listen to you, and tell you keep going. Get yourself those mentors. Thank you very much.
I'm going to start with mentors and coaching. I think it's, first of all, we should know that mentoring and coaching has become so easy, especially with the digitization, the e-platforms. But I had written down when Gideon was talking, I picked up and quickly said, you know, probably we need to clarify mentorship a little bit deeper. There are two kinds of mentorship. Mentorship for career direction. Mentorship for career direction will start, of course, in the first 1,000 days for the soft issues that your children need to know to be able to know what is good, what is bad, what mommy expects me to do, and what society will expect me to do. That period is extended to about 6 years. If your child misses any of the things that critically build the foundation, after 6 years, you're not going to get much change. So it's very critical that you begin to understand good from bad. I find it very hard for us to believe that, you know, my child is like that now because I can't even beat. It's not about beating. It's about demonstration. So that's where it starts. The second type of and the career development mentorship, I would be very disappointed if none of us is mentoring for that career development. You don't even have to go and look for schools. I don't think any of us can say I don't have nieces, I don't have my community people, my friends' children who call you auntie. But what are you doing in terms of supporting them? I can give a free invitation. I'm sure Fawe will not be so mad with me. For most of you women, Fawe needs you. Fawe is Forum for African Women Educationalists. It's not for teachers, it's for all of us. What Fawe does is it picks up role models, and you're either a model of excellence or a distinction, and they send you to schools. You can go to your own school and help. You will find that today, and my OG is here, we had teachers those days who helped us in career growth and career mentoring. Today you hear people giving you weird combinations. What are you doing? Oh, I'm doing PHI or whatever it is. And you're saying, okay, what do you want to be? No, I'm not really yet sure. That is why it is very difficult for employment in this country. We study something very different, our passions are very different. So it's very important, and I think it's important for all of us to at least be mentoring for career growth. Now, also, be that role model. I have people who decided they were going to study just because I used to drive a car and go to the village. Yeah, because they tell you, hey, this is nice. And I say, okay, you can, if you study, the sky will be the limit. So it's very simple things. Then the other mentorship where you have to drive is at your level. So let's have all those career and mentorship thought about. And I think Christine said it very well. Maybe your cohort can do the mentorship because it is now more critical than ever. And probably I will be working with Fatima because from Uganda Investment Authority, and I think also from Peers Private Sector Foundation, women do not break the ceiling in their SME businesses because there's a leadership gap. The other better thing is also you're professionals. And we will be discussing with you, we are creating a very robust SME portal where we will have mentors and we will be able to link you up. I want to link that with going global. I want to be the disruptive member of this group. Post-COVID, for me, going global today is digitization. What is it? How many of us have other things we do outside our normal work? Or are you all paid very well that you don't do anything else?
No, I think let me ask that question for you. Anyone else doing anything outside of, some of you have shoes in your car, you are selling them. I don't know why you are hiding. You know, your next client could be in this meeting. Okay, any other business you're doing outside your normal working, anyone? See?
That is very good.
It's almost all of us.
It's all of us. What are you doing about using the digital space? What are you doing about taking your profession to the digital space? You have blockchain technology, you have cryptocurrencies, it's all there. What are we doing? Get out of your comfort zone. I think for me, and I now want to quickly jump into Rita and Annette's question, which is a bit similar. Fears, glass ceiling. I think for me, I can say it for me and anybody that grew up with us in the home, we didn't have that. My mother was a teacher, my father a journalist. So you can imagine the katogo in the home. Mommy trying to teach this discipline. Daddy wanting you to break out of the ceiling. And I want to share a very passionate story. My father was working in Radio Uganda. My first 4 years of education, I studied at Shimoni Primary School. From Radio Uganda, you could see, opposite the Crested Towers at that time, there's something like a pool or whatever it is. One of the things my father had said, that girls and boys are the same. There's nothing that is different. If it is riding a bicycle, ride it. If it's climbing trees, climb it. In my P2, I broke my arm. I used to be a left hand, I broke my arm, so I started using my right. But every time there were children on a tree, and my father looked out of his window, he could be 100% sure that Winnie was there. And indeed, I was there. The fountain. I don't know how many times I swam in that fountain with my group of friends. So it was coming into the corporate, coming into this male-dominated area was not so much of fear, but also if you've trained your child to be not somebody who doesn't fear, there is also a danger. So I come out into this field knowing my first struggle was actually with a woman. If you remember, I said I was employee number 2 at Sheraton. Employee number 1 was a lady. My colleague, she did BCom, I did social sciences, and we went into Sheraton. She became the first employee of Sheraton, I was employee number 2. She became the first team leader, I was the second team leader. Now, do you see some sort of conflict beginning to come in? Now, Sheraton did not start with a marketing department. So when she became front office manager, we used to fight. I think there was that cheap popularity where you'd hide what you think is best and pull it out when the GM is there. So she got the first challenge, and the GM said that, you two need to be going out for training. But the whole trick about it, no training unless you've done an effective succession planning. And succession planning has a connotation of monitoring. So the two of us had to make friends. She trained me, and she was able to go for 6 months training out. She came back, 1.5 years down the line, we knew that now the market was beginning to, the Sheraton wanted to start seeing real money out of their investments. So there was the marketing position coming in, director sales and marketing. She was the perfect fit. And we had to compete for that position. How many can guess who took it? I did, yes. I did. But it wasn't because of fighting now. It's the spirit of excellence. So I think mentoring, for me, it was not a difficult thing, but I think I want you to take 3 things from that breaking the glass ceiling: assertiveness, positioning, and allies. Who are your allies? I took that position because I had allies. I had people who could vouch for me that if Winnie is given an assignment to do it, she will do it 150%. That is it. I want to also share a position now. This is now getting into the deep male-dominated position. Maurice mentioned at some stage I am the first female country manager or managing director level in the media. When I came back, I went global. Of course, with my job, eventually I became that competitive, and I was going into the different countries. So I was in Dar es Salaam, I was in Gaborone, I was in Harare, I helped with the Sheraton Addis. So I was out there, but I got married, and of course marriage comes with packages that only men can benefit from most. My husband had been out for too long, and he says, Winnie, I know I can get a job out, but I don't want to be out anymore. So you decide. And I made the decision to come back. The Sheraton then was a no-gamer for me. I would have been wasting my time going back to something that did not match the level. So then we get headhunted. The East Nation group of companies picks a team of people that they wanted to interview. They asked us to pick a Kamba, it was then. Get into a Kamba, go to Nairobi, and then, so we all go to this bus. Hey, hi, where are you going? Where are you going, Nairobi? Of course, 12 hours then? Yes. We start talking and we realize that we are all going for the same job interview. 7 men and 1 lady. That fear that I started thinking, but maybe. And we all went to the same hotel, had breakfast together. The only female I met in that interview was the HR manager who briefed us, may she rest in eternal peace, who briefed us and said, this is what to expect, this is what to expect, this is what to expect. So they gave us, and then somebody said that who is what the men, of course, jumped and said, since we are men, we'll go first. The lady is the last. This lady with her wisdom says, okay, we are going to pick numbers. Unfortunately, I picked the last number. She looked at it and she said, may the best candidate win. And that stuck in my head. I started building a castle for myself. And I said, I am the best candidate in this. The boys came out, the men. I call them boys because of the way, this was a no-gamer. They walked out one by one. I entered the room. Nobody had prepared me. A panel of 5 men. No woman. So when they asked me my questions, service industry is a very good thing for you to know. Master the art of problem solving, and you've got it. So at the end of it all, they looked at me in my high shoes, And one of the gentlemen asked me a question that I would have thrown back in his face, but because I was on the receiving end, he says, do you realize that in the papers we have vendors? Can you imagine you dealing with a vendor downtown Kampala? But because I was in the service industry, because one of the things that the service industry treats you is how to flirt with your words. And indeed I did. I said, look, it's just the picture. Close your eyes, open it, and see me in my jeans, my sneakers, and my t-shirt. I will be able to speak at the level of the vendor. 3 years later, they told me that was the only question that floored the men. So at the end of the day, what am I saying? It's in here. It's in your mind. I am a born-again Christian. The power of the tongue starts with building that statement that you want to push out in your mind and believing all the way. Now, I'll come back to the last question, meandering.
Very quickly, I don't have a lot of
Meandering,
time.
I'm just going to tell you 3 things. I am sure you're like me. Wherever you're meandering, you're very happy with yourself. Everything you do, I meander and I'm extremely happy with myself. But what guides me are 3 questions. A lot of the questions that feel stated, you need to take it seriously, especially since we are going for the break. But I always ask myself, in this season, what is the best winning? I have a mentoring group that I call Women for Women because it is purely for business. So we mentor women in business to do their business better. And then I also have an NGO that I call Associated Children's Empowerment Network. The primary beneficiaries are the children, but I deal a lot with the secondary beneficiaries. So every season, if it is almost school season, I say, what is the best win? So I spend my time with Associated Children's Empowerment Network, which is a social work. And when I really want to be the corporate winning, it's in the other. The other thing is also know where you want to be, maybe 5 years from now, and then 10 years, and retirement, but not tired. Thank you.
All right, so Gideon, I don't know which question you're going to answer, but there was one specific question for you. Feel free to have an input in any of the other questions. Yes.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Maurice, and my appreciation to those that have asked the questions. I think I have maybe just 2 points to make in answering the questions. The first thing is to remember the lady who was talking to us from Nairobi. I think she's one of the alumni. Yes. And I think she ended with a statement that the best investment is investment in yourself. Because nothing happens until you have changed, until you have invested in yourself. That carries how you think, how you carry yourself, how you behave in public, how you dress up, how you answer questions, how you communicate with everyone else in your environment. That is investment in yourself. How you eat and what you eat. All these are important. That is investment in yourself. And here we are looking at two people. We are looking at the person who wants to get knowledge from all of us, the mentee. And the mentee really must have a self-drive, must have a self-determination. Do you want to get the knowledge? Now you need to prepare yourself to receive that knowledge. I'm happy with the FFFP because people here have been gaining knowledge, okay? And you are going to apply that knowledge. Very important. But on the other side, you have the mentor. The mentor needs to invest in themselves even more because you cannot give what you don't have. So invest in knowledge. Read books of knowledge, really. Attend leadership lessons or courses or whatever it is. I mean, it's only then that you can be exposed to what you want to give. When these mentees look to us as leaders, they see someone they want to be like 10 years, 20 years to come. And when we look at them, we see someone that we see where we were 10 years, 15 years back. And the best way to cultivate that relationship between the mentor and the mentee is to invest in these people. Invest in yourself. And I think that statement was very important. If there's anything to carry away from this meeting, I think that is it. Then two, yes, women have got a role to engage men. Don't leave it to men. Of course, you have male champions in us. Morris, myself, Douglas, whatever. I mean, we are agents of change, if you like. But that's not about it all. Claim your space. If you are in an environment where you have the same qualifications, you have the same experience, you have the same job with a male counterpart, why is the difference between your pay? It's 30%. I pay a male 1 million and I pay 700,000 to you. Claim your space. Shout out. Who is going to shout for you? Gender pay gaps, they happen. And I'm happy that Douglas, FU is really fighting this. Under the Gender Equality Seal program, we are encouraging as much as possible employers when we advertise for these jobs, because until you are part of the space, you cannot grow to a leader in the same environment. So you need to be recruited. Are we recruiting as many women into the organization that we are? And how can we do this? Encourage them to apply. Every advert that comes out in the new vision should have at the bottom of it, women are encouraged to apply. We should see this from the Federation of Ugandan Employers. This is an equal opportunity employer. This should be happening so that we read it and it's there, standard. So the 600 members of the FUE, I mean, every time I see an advert, I should be seeing this so that you encourage equal opportunity, so that there is gender parity in the workplace environment. For us, what we have done again at ESF, and I will say this to you, when we started this program about 6 years ago, the gender equality certification, we only had about 2 women out of, I think there were 13 then, board members. Only 2. And none of them, as I said, is either chair or vice chair. But as I speak now, we have more than 60% women on the board of ESF. And one of them is a vice chair. Now, we want this to be replicated in all organizations because the potential is there across women. We have women that have what it takes to be in these leadership positions. Media is there. You can shout about this. Have these talk shows every so often. Give them free of charge, if that can happen. So give them, let people talk about this. Let us engage men. Engage the men. Men should be in this room, up to a tune of about 50%. Why is it that when we talk about gender-related issues, you find only 3 men are in a room like this? Why? Where are they? You get to an organization, you write to them, we are going to have this program, you are going to have this workshop or whatever. The men who we are, CEOs, choose amongst their staff, who is a lady here, who is, so you will go there. No, let's challenge ourselves. Why are men not part of this discussion? Who is going to change? The change agents must be there. So we cannot walk the journey alone. I think this is the message that I'm trying to put here. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. And I think also, I am aware of the previous graduations. The MC has always been a female. And I think this was deliberate. Fatuma has made sure that me and you are in this meeting. I think they are starting. They are beginning to see the light, that they need men in this room. So I totally agree. And we can be deliberate, Fatuma, in identifying through the cohort of that particular year, on which CEOs seem difficult, especially with issues to do with gender parity, and and invite those especially to be part of the graduation. You begin changing the mindset. I wanted, and I thought I would have done that while I had walked, but Gideon was speaking and he was looking at me. I felt horrible just walking away. I don't know, Helen, if you're going to do it as a comment, and I'm also being, how do you call it, a bit kind, because I know you have another role you're going to play shortly, so I have to respect that. So Helen, as an alumni, is also going to, I think she has a question, which she's going to make sure is very brief. Helen Kawesa is from Parliament. This one I can introduce. She pays me a lot of money, this one, as UBC every month.
Thank you, Maurice. My question was partially answered by Gideon when he was closing. I wanted to ask him if why as women we are judged a bit extra as a person in charge of PSFU and who has experienced in managing and working with ladies. Women, we feel that we are judged extra. Why do you, gentlemen, I don't know if you do it, it seems you don't, but why do your colleagues judge us extra? And you answered partially the board question. I was going to ask you, how do women perform in boards? But you've answered it partially, so you can just do the first one. Thank you.
Over to you, Gideon.
Really, it's the way, it goes back to the upbringing. I really want us to pay a lot of attention to the foundation that we build for all of us. When we come up to lead, it's not because we have the education. It's because of the passion, it's because of the level of care that we had from those people that brought us up. That is very important. What you are seeing, Helen, in Parliament today, and we all see it, it's about upbringing. I'm sorry to say. It's about upbringing. People jumping on desks, people doing this and throwing insults and so on and so forth. Really a leader? How can we behave like this? And who are we mentoring as leaders? MPs actually should be mentoring people. Someone should be looking to them so that they can be like them. But they are not. It's unfortunate. I'm really sorry, Helen. I've said this here, but
it is true, sir.
I think I'm saying it on behalf of many people.
We watch them, sir.
So it's all about the way we bring up children and mentor them into what society will demand of them. Because if we don't, we have a failed community, we have a failed state. The whole thing goes back to the family. And if parents are relegating their responsibility to government, that is the first level. It's a fatal level if we are going to do that. So for me, what you see men doing now, it's because of the orientation that we had. Women sit down, boys come and sit with with the father. So already you are beginning to level them. At that level, at level 2, year 2, year 3, you are beginning to level them. So that when they grow up, they know they are backward citizens, in quotes, instead of really bringing them to the fore.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gideon. I wanted to ask Irene, and because maybe this is where you come in. You're sitting in a sector where it's male-dominated because of the infrastructure and the character of the job. And is it then true, as she said, that there is more expectations out of you than if it was, say, another gentleman?
Maurice, I'll pay you out for that one. When I took office, I received a statement. Irene, you have a challenge. Whatever you do wrong, they'll say it's because you're a woman.
Mm.
We have a female minister. The board chair of UCC is a lady, and I am a lady. So the warning was, if anything goes wrong, it's going to be attributed to the fact that indeed we are women.
All of
as
you.
Maurice asks that question, he knows, because when the CEOs then meet, it's likely that I'm still addressing an all male-dominated audience. The women will normally come in at the CS, Commission Secretary level.
Corporate affairs.
Yes, corporate affairs, HR. So that is something we need to change. Of course, as UCC, we're also proud of the fact that our management team has 3 men to 5 ladies. And the engineering team as well is significantly with the ladies. Once upon a time, we were just countable, but now they are more female. And I remember one of the interesting things was they used to tell us, you know, those electromagnetic waves are very dangerous. You know, how will the women? So at one point, the joke was, because most of us, it's a young generation, and most of us, so we're saying the electromagnetic waves were making us have many children. Because we're showing that our being women was not stopping us from working in the scientific field, which was being cordoned off as, you know, the women, you won't have children. It will affect your fertility. It will make the men sterile. And all this was just showing that stereotyping that was all around. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Gideon, I just wanted you maybe for 1 second, if you can take the call in 1 minute. Okay, all right. So I want to, in a special way, if we can put together our hands for our panel. And request Helen, who is part of the Alumni Association, to come with that token of appreciation. I'm sure you've seen the government memo. We are not giving out diaries and calendars and cards, so please tell your bosses we will not send anything from the public sector. We are broke. And this small token from Parliament is, courtesy of the Alumni Association. And so I wanted Helen to bring it and ask the Vice Chair to come and hand over to our yes, so please.
Thank you very much. I'll first request the ladies at the reception to help me to, there's a little box there. Where I was seated, there's a little box. They can help to bring it. I'm supposed to make remarks later, I think, towards graduation. I do it now? After, okay. We wanted to, I was elected the chair of the Alumni Association of FFP 2 months ago, so I'm still a Mugole. I thought you'd clap for me. So I wanted to, I'll congratulate you later. My task is simple. We had I was so involved with Fatma in selecting the panel for today. So I'm very relieved that you loved them. So show them some more love by clapping. And they've done us proud. Some of them, we call them just like a week 2. You know, these daddies are very busy. And they accepted. So, and you've done us very proud. Thank you for accepting to be here. And I work in the communication field, some of you may know, and PR, and we appreciate people. And I work in Parliament as well, and we love you people, because we speak for you. I think you believe that we speak for you. Do you or not? Sometimes, yes. Despite what Gideon said, but we are doing very well. So we have some tokens for our panelists today that we want them to take home with a lot of love, and so they can speak well about us also. The way they spoke here about FFP, this is on behalf of FFP. FFP appreciates you. We'd like to give you some tokens of appreciation, to thank you very much for your time and for sharing with us that wisdom. I think the panel was excellent. We've learned a lot from you. And please go, these are just simple tokens, really. They're not much. Okay. Okay, I'll request first Winnie to come and receive from the vice chairperson. Thank you. Then Irene. Christine. Okay. Then Gideon comes, he'll get his. Thank you for coming to speak to us as FFP. We've gained a lot, and we sure you show some love to us next time as well. Those are national colors. the contents inside. So if you get a color that is scare you, just think about the national colors of Uganda: black, yellow, and red. Thank you. God bless you, and thanks for coming.
So another round of applause for our panelists as they take their seats. Just before we go into awarding of certificates, I want to request Helen, as she mentioned, on behalf of the association, to come and make her remarks. That really is the last speech. We technically don't have, I think that's it. The vote of thanks, okay. Yes, oh yeah, that part is important on graduation. Okay, I can't wait to hear what they have to say. Over to you, Helen.
Thank you, Maurice. My name's Helen Nateza Kawesa. I'm an FFP alumni, cohort 5. Is my mask okay? Can I remove it?
You're safe there. So.
Okay. I'm told I'm safe here. I wanted to congratulate you first for having completed the 9 months of training in this program. I'm in cohort 5. I was invited because it's important when you're pitching. They taught us these things years ago. To this program by my HR manager, HR director in the Department of Parliament of Uganda at that time. She had been, I think she was in cohort 3. So she had done cohort, and then at the time of course, I work in the Parliament of Uganda as Assistant Director, Communication and Public Affairs. At the time I was a manager, I was a spokesperson, and she told me, Helen, you're good at what you do, but there's something lacking. I think you should go and do this program called FFP. Of course, I'm not saying that I was very confident, but I knew that as far as speaking is concerned, I didn't have a problem, and I was in PR, and I knew that was image. So I told her, what is lacking in me? She said, you go and do the FFP. Long story short, I joined cohort 5. It was I think there are some times when in life where you get life-changing experiences. That was one. We learned a lot in the program, as you all know, and I gained networks that I had never had before. Self-realization was key. Because of time, I'll just, based on that. One area that I thought I benefited from was self-realization. You do a lot of things in that program, but you always come up with something that you think you take home with you. Basically, what I realized that when I come to speak, I didn't have a lot of problems in public speaking, because I'm trained to do that. I could even speak on television. But then there was something called realizing the benefits, realizing the qualities you have within you. One of them I knew is that, of course, I'm a firstborn in my family, and I'm good at organizing, and they always tell me I'm a leader at home. But when I would come to the office to take leadership positions, believe it or not, I always wanted to be in the background and sit behind and watch. I'm very good at giving tips, writing plans for organizing, but I never liked to be in the lead. I don't like the limelight, believe it or not, much as I'm in PR. I think Maurice knows I don't like the limelight. I don't like a lot of visibility. But then it taught me that there's nothing wrong with being visible and with being a leader. And the organization in which I work is political. So basically, there's so many spokespersons, every MP is a spokesperson in their own right. So it's very easy for you to get lost and be comfortable in there. However, we are taught under leadership to make impact, you have to be visible. And to have self-realization, to realize your potential and exploit it. So that was the realization I got during the months that we had. We had 3 groups. Again, when they were electing the leader, I somehow disappeared. I didn't want to be the leader in my group. But we had Barbara Katende. All of you know her. I think she was our group leader. You don't have to ask why. When you are with Barbara, it's very comfortable for you to be at the back. So that course ended well. Now, when I went back to Parliament, at that time, I was, as I said, I was the manager for PR. We had a departmental change, which I led, the restructuring. We became a department before we were a unit. That was lovely. It was on my CV. When I applied for the job to be the director of PR in the department, the realization came. They said, no, there's something Helen is lacking. She cannot be the director of PR in Parliament. She's a bit soft. So it was, of course, I felt very bad because I knew that everybody knew I'd be the director for PR. It was not going to happen. So it was a big blow. And I said, now, this is now my chance to really take a back seat because you've denied me the job, fine. So I took my back seat. And whenever I would be in the class, I would tell these people about it. And they would say, Helen, it will be okay. I mean, it became a song. Helen is there, she's there, but it was okay. I mean, that's okay. Now, it came, a director was appointed. He was a man, very vocal. Maurice knows him very well, very vocal. So it was easy again for me to sit at the back. But then, when you've been to FFP, you can't sit at the back for a long time. My boss, the HR director was leaving. She resigned and went to another job. And she had formed what they call the Parliament Staff Women Forum. She got us together, a few leaders. She said, let's make this forum for women in Parliament. So she left and went. Her assistant was a bit, okay, good. The deputy chair was a bit good, but not as dynamic as the other one had been. And for me, I was always in my part as the organizer and the whatever. So it came to election of the chair of the Parliament Staff Women Forum. And they were saying, Helen, you will be the one. I said, no, me, I'm very good. I'll support whoever wants to be from the side. Long story short, I was elected to be the chair of the Parliament Women Staff Forum. Rachel can attest that we have done a lot of things. My leadership potential has come out. Now, because I used to be in the background, even going to the Speaker's office, I would be in the background still because my director was there. So now when you are leader of the Women's Forum, and our Speaker likes women things, all of you know, you have to be. So now what I'm trying to say, my leadership potential came out very well. I'm not the leader of the Parliament Women's Staff Forum, among other things. I do a lot of things. I'm a mobilizer. People look to me because I had that realization that I can do these things. Now, I'm sure all of you have a good story to tell. Mine is about that. I'm leading the women, and I'm very proud of it. Now, when it came to this one, this was also another very funny story. Alumni chair of Alumni Association of FFP. Of course, Fatima will tell the story. Me, I just went to the meeting. Again, an organizer. What I did, I pushed a lot for a physical meeting. I realized that the ladies were saying, virtual. But because of Parliament, we've been working even in the lockdown. So for me, it was okay. I mean, as long as there's sanitizer, because I came with a big bottle of sanitizer, we can handle. So I came for the meeting to support, again, as a communications person. Now it came to the names, to table the names for the chairperson of the Alumni Association. Of course, now there were other ladies I knew who would take the thing. There were dynamic ladies from corporates, nice, the ones who talk things on that, whatever, PowerPoints, who know the figures off their fingertips, you know. For us in public sector, you know, government, how we work, we are good workers, but we don't have those figures you have. You can do Excel. So I knew that there were some ladies there. However, when it came to the nomination for chair, they were pointing at me. I said, you people, me, I came here simply one thing. Even I have a communication strategy I have not completed, so leave me alone. Long story short, I was elected the chair of a FFP Alumni Association. I don't know whether Fatima had anything to do with it, but I believe she had. But now I'm here, and I want to welcome you to the FFP Alumni Association. When you graduate in an hour or so, in a few minutes, you become alumni and you'll be members. The benefits are many. You'll be able to network with people like me. Yeah, I mean, where would you find Winnie Lauko, Irene? You'll be able to network with a big pool of women. You'll be able to meet young, handsome men like Maurice here. You'll be able to help. We want to do a lot of CSR to give back. The mentorship theme has come out clearly that we have to mentor other young girls to be like us. And so we are going to be having a lot of focus on that. And also on communication. I mean communications. We're going to be a lot on LinkedIn, digital media. We have a strategy we are pushing. I'd like to welcome you very much as alumni to that association. We have had 194 alumni of FFP over the last 13 years. This is the 9th annual conference, but there have been 13 cohorts. I think this is the 14th. We only have around 60-something paid-up members, so the numbers are not good. I'm hoping that you people that are graduating today will be able to join us in the association and make a difference, because you still have the energy, the vigor, and the warmth. And we want to do some CSR by mentoring young ladies. When I was driving here this morning, I was listening to Radio 1, and they were talking about 60% of the girls who are at home because of lockdown have been impregnated. Primary and secondary school. They've been impregnated in this lockdown. It scared me, because for us here in town, we take it for granted. I mean, our kids are at home, we are looking after them well. But out there in the rural areas, the girls are losing it. So those are things we can look at as alumni to address these issues like that. Those are the ideas we have. Also, you have to give that program visibility so that more ladies can take from that. What does it take? It takes only 100,000 shillings. Of course, we're in lockdown, things are hard. But if you can save 100,000 shillings and pay for your membership, for to subscription, and then 150 every year, we are looking forward to your energy to join us and take us places. I'm sure that you have enjoyed the program and you have a lot to share. We're going to have a bigger network, I think, in LinkedIn. We've opened the LinkedIn page already. We have a Twitter handle already. We've been just in office for 2 months, but we're trying our best and hoping you join us and have fun with us. And we also have fun. Yes, we're in lockdown, but ladies, we like fun. I'm hoping your group has a celebration. You're not just going to go home and sleep. For me, I like celebrating, so that's when we had our graduation, we went and celebrated. Of course, there was no lockdown, but now, find a way to celebrate. Go and have a party, have a glass of wine, celebrate yourselves. So I'm inviting you there, and I hope that we'll have fun with you and learn from you, share with each other, and make the world a better place as women who are in leadership. Also, another thing is boards. I asked about the board question. Make sure you get me. I've still failed to get to that big board I want to get to. I promised on my graduation that I will join it, but I'm sure now that I am this big place, I'll get there. But make sure you get onto the boards and make a difference. I'll leave with a quote. We're taught in rhetoric, we have to make a quote. Yeah, I'd forgotten, but when I was coming, I remembered I had to Google the quote. Your own self-realization is the greatest service you can render to the world. I hope that this program has helped you to realize your potential. You have self-realized yourselves, and you're going to give us a gift to the world by joining the Alumni Association, and let's make a difference in those young women's life. I would like, by powers given to me, because I work in Parliament, we can exercise power. I would like to appoint Rachel Emersit to be the champion of the. I hope you don't mind. That lady, she works with me, and she has been praising this association, this cause so much. Let her be the one to get you to join the membership. Because she can even pass on the money to me, and I pay, you get your cards. But congratulations, may the world be a better place for you. Let's stay safe, let's pray for our country, because we need to fight this virus. Thank you very much, and God bless you. I think I've done.
Thank you very much, Helen. Helen also didn't mention, and I'm surprised. Helen is a Rotarian president. Are you still president of your club? Yes, past president of her. Which club is this one? Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands. And now you can hear. These leadership things are born in you ladies. It starts from the time you are born. I want to invite a lady that you all are aware about, and as has been key in this program, Ms. Fatuma Sereko. Please come. And she will invite the next two wonderful ladies before we give you your certificate. So you must listen to her, because she's the only link between your certificates and her speech. So please, just a few more minutes and we should be able to award your certificates.
Wow. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all those online. I'd like to congratulate you coming to this day. We started the program in February, and wow, when we got to March, we all had to close up. It was really disheartening at that time. And we thought we wouldn't have the program. It was exceptionally difficult. Then we opened up in June again. But in between, we had the online. It really didn't feel like the program. I think you can say that. But we went on. We soldiered on. And when it got to July, we got on again with a lot of decision to make. Some of us wanted to get on. Some of us didn't want to get on. But I want to congratulate you all for making that decision. You are very resilient. You are very resilient women. I want to have a quote here from Angela Meyer, who said, "I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it." And that's the decision you made. We chose Phil to be a keynote speaker because we had interacted with him in another forum. One key thing Phil said was, do not waste the pandemic. Get out of it with something. And we kept saying it in class, let's get out with something. And I'm happy to see you here today. We got out with the FFP program this year. Because there were some decisions we were thinking, let's do it next year. But what would we have done with all that time? I know we were competing with the organizations all through. There were calls, where are you? I can't see you. But you were very nice. You tried to shuffle that. You had sick parents. Some participants lost their parents. Some actually completely fell off. But we know they're coming next year. I really can't thank you more for that. And that's the female future spirit that we need to take along. I thank the facilitators. They were very flexible. Because the program went upside down. And then when we started to put it back again, then there was the riots, and then we had to close up again. You know, this program this year was the most difficult for me. But it still came out triumphant, and especially those who attended it. Because we could have put the sessions, and you wouldn't come. But you came, you persevered. I'd like to thank the Federation of Uganda Employers. For all that you see, there was a lot of people in the background. And I want to meticulously thank Joy. You all know Joy. Where is Joy? She did all these things together. I'd like to thank the NHO, the mothers of the program, who kept guiding us and who will continue to make sure this program goes to the further global standards. Right now, we're expecting training into how we can put more digital aspects into the program. And so it becomes richer every year, and that's what we endeavor to do. There is nothing as fulfilling as seeing ladies grow, showing the difference from the beginning of the program, in the middle of the program, and at the end of the program. And yes, we expect more from you. Just like we got the testimony of Annette Mulira. So it's not the end, it's only the beginning for you. To talk about the program, I can't say it better than those of you who have gone through it. So at this point, I want to call Birungi Koltaro, or FFP 14, to give the testimony on behalf of the group.
Thank you. Good afternoon. To the previous speakers, the chairperson and vice chairperson of the Federation of Uganda Employers, Phil O'Reilly, our distinguished panelists, thank you for sharing those words of wisdom. To our graduates and other distinguished guests, thank you for coming today to celebrate our completion of the Leadership Development Female Future Program. And I'm honored to speak on behalf of the 14th cohort of graduates. This year has presented us incredibly challenging times as leaders. The entire world has undertaken a massive shift in how we work, all at the same time, and all because we have been forced to do so. We aren't just working from home. We're in a crisis trying to work and amidst an avalanche of change and, in some cases, despair. It has never been more critical as leaders to think about how we show up in every space and in crisis for our team, for every employee, and for ourselves. If I can share Martin Luther's quote, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." This resonates well with the 14th cohort of graduates. The Leadership Development Female Futures Program was timely in the sense that it fully immersed us in the crisis. We had to apply the principles as we learned them and as the events unfolded. We were in the classroom and in the real life experience all at the same time. It has been leadership unusual in mind-boggling speeds. So I'd like to share the story to describe the story of one of us and how this Female Futures Program has changed us. In February, one of us, Marianne, joined the program as the operations manager for her organization. March, June, like Fatima said, we were in lockdown. And like all other organizations, things had to change within that organization. And she was one of those that was offered either a lower position or she leaves. But fortunately, by that time, we had gone through 3 programs, 3 sessions. We had gone through self-awareness, we had gone through understanding our why, we had gone through understanding our passion, our strengths, and our weaknesses. And as leaders, understanding who we are is key to leading. But fundamentally, and most important of all, understanding our passion, our strength, and our weaknesses is fundamental to the decisions that we make. Marianne, like all of us on the program, had to confront the question, who am I? What do I want to do? Where do I go from here? The village of women on the program was a good anchor, beautiful mirror, an amazing sisterhood. The group offered a safe space to learn, to fail, to listen, to laugh, to cry, and to grow. So fast forward, Marianne was able to draw on to her own inner strength, overcome self-doubt, like has been mentioned by all the previous speakers, speak up, and with the village of sisters cheering her on, she met her boss and asked for what she wanted to do in the organization and what she could do for that organization. And as I speak now, she has been offered the position of country manager of her organization. She'll be leading a team of 38 people to provide quality education in the rural communities of Rwanda. So as Sheryl Sandberg says, and we all read her book, you're not defined by what you achieve as a leader, but how you survive. And there were other successes that inspired us along the way. Indeed, for some of us, we found that we had packed our lives somewhere and were wondering why we hadn't moved for years. It was a case for others that any direction would take you there for as long as you work hard. And for others, we felt we didn't deserve to sit on the table, and all we would do is sit in the back seat and watch. But over the months, we were inspired by the successes in the group. The amazing journey of Rita in Standard Chartered Bank, head of property, coordinating the entire logistics of the bank during lockdown and gaining recognition for it encouraged us that hard work, excellence, and speaking about what you achieve is very important. We have Damali. Damali ventured into a new job. She encouraged us to continue questioning ourselves and asking ourselves, what is your purpose? What's your passion? And Ase challenged everything that we learned. She asked us about every assumption we held, about every belief that we felt was important. In every space that we had, you did it very well. Female Futures program showed us that, yes, we matter. Yes, we are blessed and can make a difference. Yes, leaders are not born, they are made. And yes, we can learn from each other, and it is not crowded at the top. So it was a profound realization from the lectures that there isn't a culture or a context where women are not discriminated on earth. For me, that was really profound. And it was also encouraging to know that when women are empowered, when women lead and flourish, those societies flourish. We learned that our voices matter and that silence protects no one. Silence changes nothing. If I may use the words my fellow colleagues used to describe the program, FFP has been an eye-opening experience, heightened our self-awareness, and has forced our authentic leadership to grow in ways we'd never have imagined. It has been a learning journey of courage, exposure to a whole new world of women in leadership that would never have been exposed to in our workspaces. We are upskilled and are bold enough to take on the world, lead organizations, serve on boards, and in our society. I'd like to end by thanking the ladies whose shoulders we are riding on, those that conceived the idea that this program, and those that conceived the idea about this program, and that every woman that is on this program is inspired to be a better person and a better leader. In a special way, I also would like to thank Fatuma and Joy. They have been with us from the first day. They have been amazing. They have. And thank you so much for listening to all the whining, especially when we had to go into lockdown and embrace creative ways of learning. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping us overcome our fears. Thank you so much for encouraging us when we doubted ourselves. And thank you so much for listening. Sometimes we just call Fatuma to just talk. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much for coordinating this program so well and walking the journey with us. Thank you so much. On behalf of the 14th cohort of graduates, I'd like you to come up here. Would like to give you both a small present to thank you for everything that you have done in our lives. We'll never be the same. Fatuma and Joy, Thank you so much. Please come here.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call the representative for FFP 15, Immaculate Bate.
Wow. The guest of honor, officials from the Federation of Uganda Employers, our faculties, the panelists who have been with us since morning, fellow graduates of FFP, cohort 14 and 15, class of 2020, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 9 months ago, we met as strangers that destiny had brought together, unsure of ourselves, each other, and certainly not clear about why and where this union would lead us. Nothing could have prepared us for the 9 months of great learning, transformation, and rediscovery. We soon learned through the different programs that our very able faculties took us through that we had indeed grown too comfortable in what we thought we knew. We had no choice but to step out of those false comfort zones, fold our sleeves, and get to work. We have had to face our truths, and we all know that the hardest truths are those that we have to tell ourselves. You can tell anybody a lie, but there must be a space in your heart and in your area where you you carry yourself along, sit by yourself, and you tell yourself the truth. So we have had to accept our failures, uncertainties, fragilities, and many more challenges, as well as embrace our strengths. That's probably not the point today. From a point of gratitude, we are thankful for the opportunity to have been a part of the FFP class of 2020. A class of strong, talented, smart, and beautiful women has emerged. The graduates before you today, together with the faculties, have shared portions of their life experiences with us, and our lives will never be the same again. We have shared our joys, our pains, our frustrations and fears. God knows the cohort 15, class of 2020, has embraced my tears many times with kindness and understanding. I thank you very much. I know that without a shadow of doubt that the ladies before you have been well prepared by the FFP program to step forth, transform lives, disrupt cultures, make better homes, revolutionize the economy, and many more significant achievements. Class of 2020, as we graduate today, we are worth much more than when we joined the program. I think you agree with me. Personally, the need to have several streams of income stood out very prominently.
I am sure it stood out for many of the ladies on the program. Many of the ladies on the program are now business owners. We have Carol in DFCU. When we started, she wasn't doing a lot in business. I think she has registered 3 businesses ever since we started the program. I was a small to medium scale poultry farmer when, besides my 8 to 5, I am the chief manager of marketing and branding at Centenary Bank. I was doing that alongside my poultry business. Today, I have increased the scale of my poultry business. I have also entered into a number of investment clubs where I'm investing with friends and former old girls of my school, and also entered into a lot other smaller engagements. So are so many other ladies on the group. So that is thanks to the FFP program. Many have registered businesses, are on the verge of registering businesses because of the lessons learned on the program. I have indeed embarked on increasing my streams of income, and I'm way on the road to financial prosperity. Class of 2020, I implore you today to step forward and claim our space with grace and humility, that it shall be said of us in years to come that we went forth, served and loved humanity by doing what we could with what we had, so that we leave this world better than we found it. As I finish this afternoon, I want to leave you with a quote by Serena Williams. And I think it's been re-echoed by most of the speakers today, that every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. We are strongest when we cheer each other on. So let's go forth and cheer each other on. Let's hold one hand up and pull the other, another woman with the other hand that we leave behind. I thank you again. I think it would be dishonest of me to leave the floor without thanking Fatma and Joy. You've been a great support system. You've organized this program seamlessly. You've seen us through so much. Like the former speaker said, we've called you, we've talked to you, we've engaged you even beyond working hours. I think between last week and this week, I don't know how many times I had to call Joy outside of working hours. She always picked my phone. And when she didn't pick, she would always call me back. "Oh, Immaculate, I was doing something, I'm calling you back." We can never thank you enough for the time and space that you've given us to be better as leaders, as female leaders. So for that, we are very thankful. And with those few words, I'd like to thank you. We, unlike the 14th cohort, haven't brought our gift here, but we are taking Joy and Fatma out. We will have a day to celebrate outside this, and we will say a lot more and share, maybe cry a little bit more. With those few words, I thank you again, and good afternoon.
Okay, that was quite beautiful. I just wanted to ask, not ask, probably it's an observation. There is something about everyone who's the FFP program, the women, everyone came, they're so organized, says, Douglas, this is unbelievable. I am really, no, it's not that there's no other, what's the alternative? I know I'm getting that. No, it's good vibes, don't worry. It's just that, anyway, now I see who will be mentoring my daughters. This is good. Listen, I'm super excited, and I could never have asked to be part of this. Fatma, I will be back here next year, whether you want me or not. But that said, I want to invite Fatima to do the honors of calling out each graduate, who will then get the honor of receiving these certificates from our vice chair. So please come. I'll ask you again to come to the front. And then I'll ask Douglas to witness. Douglas, you're just witnessing. So you will come and be there as you witness, and then we'll have a photo for each graduate and a group photo for all of you in the different cohorts. So Fatuma, please come. So you can mention FFP 14, and then FFP 13, 15, okay? We'll have the chair on this side and Douglas on the other side, so our graduates will go in the middle, receive, and take a photo with both of them. All right, over to you, Fatuma. Joy, you can be here, so when she passes on the certificate, you give it to the chair. So that Fatuma uses this to call the graduates.
Yeah, number one. What did she say? Okay. So I start with cohort 14. Damalina Lukwago.
In the middle. In the middle. Yes.
Flavia Aniko. Is Agnes here? Okay. Agnes Utoni. Asena Ntongo Sali. Okay. Birunji Korutaro. Penina Kabagambe. Rita Goba. Marian Chigundu. Rachel Ngozebwa. Annette Katusime. Carol Katunji. Eunice Kabaikayo. And Harriet Namuwonge. Okay. This class had 16, but some of them are not here, but they are online. I now move over to FFP 15. Susan Claire Nagawa Kavuma. Okay, Lydia Kalembe. Anne-Marie Ajok. Anne-Marie Ajok. Okay. Okay. I'd like to mention that Anne-Marie and Lydia Kalembe both had babies during the program, and they would come to them in class. They're very resilient women. Mabel Faith Namisango. Sophia Wada. Sophie Hilda Masaba. Immaculate Ngulumi. Rachel Mijumbi Emasit. And our own Golda Obama. Pauline Nyapendi. Janet Irimera. Joyce Nakalema. Joyce Bakire. Caroline Andama. Harriet Ivy Sally. Florence Namagembe. Okay. So we have some others who are not able to be here today, but they are online, and they will receive their certificates.
All right, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our graduates. And congratulations to all of you. But before we go, Helen, I think there is we are still in the in the spirit of giving. So VC, please stay there. We want in a very special way, so I will request again that if our gifts are presented, Douglas will first do the honors of the awarding the first gift. As I mentioned, who is the recipient? So they will come. So our very first recipient of this gift for being part of this 9th annual conference, and also for the support to the program, is our vice chair. So Douglas, please award our vice chair, who is also an inspiration to many women and is mentoring many other women. And we wish you all the best. Onwards, onwards. Never know, you could be our next Bank of Uganda governor. You never know, never know, never know. So these things happen, eh? And I'll ask you, Chair, to put yours down, because the next one I also want to request you to give is to Douglas himself for being at the helm of recognizing the role of women, not just in society, but in leadership. So thank you, Douglas Opio, as Executive Director. A very special one, VC, now we want you to award to our very own program coordinator, Fatma. Please come, another round of applause. And I don't know how to announce the next one, because the next one is the biggest, the most important one. I am told it is mine. So Nange ndidemu. In case there are administrative announcements, I need to cross-check with my host. All right, so I want in a very special way to recognize our sponsors and our partners as the Federation of Uganda Employers, NHO, of course, and the UN Women. But in a very special way, we have Kangen Water. I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to make your way as you leave. And a round of applause, first of all, for Kangen Water. But as you leave, to pass the table for some demonstrations, and they should be able to also interest you in their products. We did run their video, and I'm sure some of you understood the value of water, and it would be nice for you to pass by Kangen Water there. Their independent distributor here is Julian Nyacho, and just in case you're on the table, you could get a business card, so you're able to know much more. Thank you very much, Kangen Water, for being part of this 9th Annual Women Leadership Conference. All right, so ladies, I want to thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this celebration of yours. I want to congratulate all of you. The journey starts here because as graduates, your role now is to mentor others to get to where you are. But as they mentioned, and I think I picked a lot of notes, I'm going to find some time on social media this week to share as much as I picked today. Yes, I agree with a lot of the things they said. That glass ceiling is quite the in thing. I don't know if you've followed the next or the vice president-elect of the US and what she's been saying. And I think for me, that is where the limit is. That a young girl born to an Indian mother and, you know, an immigrant and is raised and you know, has run through the ranks, can rise to the position of Vice President of the United States of America, should be inspiration for every single African girl in the world that it is possible. And so that's for me the inspiration I give my daughters every day. And today I've learned much more than I had come with. So I want to thank Douglas and Fatima for allowing me to participate in this conference, because I have gone away more learned than I came in. And it's really my pleasure. So, ladies, as I conclude, we are going to have just one activity. As I'm wrapping up, I won't come back. I need to mention we have lunch. Please don't leave without our lunch. That's the least we could do to celebrate. Please invite all of us to the separate parties you're going to hold. We know you're going to hold. Please do not invite us for any virtual party. We are not attending virtual parties. We want physical parties, and we will come with our masks, right? And sanitizer. There's even a smaller one. I'll come with my sanitizer and mask for your party, okay? All right, so I want to request all the graduates with your very nice certificates to come forward. I think we'll do the cohorts as classes, right? So we'll have class after class. So we'll have the first class and do the other class. So we'll take the photo, group photos at the front here. So make your way in the different classes. And I see class 14 is ready. So please, class 14, make your way to the front. DJ some music as we really wrap this up. And I invite you to lunch. Bon appetit and good afternoon.